Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City Delivery Committee meeting of the Monday, the 10th of March 2025. In terms of health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please follow the green man and or woman and make your way to the assembly point across the road. This meeting is being live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. I ask everyone please to remember to speak clearly, press the green button on the microphone and only one speaker at a time. Please turn off your mobile phones. I'm going to open the meeting with a karakia. Tūtaua mai ruka, tūtaua mai raro, tūtaua mai roto, tūtaua mai waho. Kia toau te mori tū. Te mori ora ki te katoa, haimi e hui e tai ki e. I would call for apologies, but there are none here. Welcome to everybody. We have got the public forum and we have got Christine Curry talking to us about the 7th Ave. So welcome, Christine. You have 5 minutes to speak, including questions.
You can sit down if you'd like.
Thank you for bringing the opening of 7th Avenue back to the table. I've been actively asking for this for 2.5 years. My tenants and customers need to be able to enter and exit 7th Avenue off Cameron Road without the very cumbersome process of travelling up and along Edgecombe Road each time they need to leave the building. The cul-de-sac has created an absolute bottleneck with vehicles turning and parking in our driveway. For the sake of everyone, the road must be opened. If consultation had been done, this closing would have never happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Are you happy to have questions if anyone has them? Yes. Do you want to just stay and do we have any questions for Christine?
Thank you, Christine. I know we've spoken before and yes, obviously been out to site. Just my question is, and again, you know, we've done a survey and got some information. So the main issue seems to be parking over the access, and that has come through quite strongly. I'm just trying to understand why the road, because again, that's not the actual road opening seems secondary to the parking.
I'm sorry, it's not to me.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Definitely not.
And which
if I needed to go out and get more tenants, which NZME say is going smaller and smaller by the year, they want to be on the corner so that they can get in.
Okay, get in or get in?
They need to be able to get in and get out. The bottleneck there with everyone, they drive down and then they turn and then they turn into our driveway and then they'll run in. No, I want the road opened what it was before. Every other avenue is open.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thanks, Christine. Just to be clear, there's sort of a number of options. Well, I don't think we actually had all the options in the report, but theoretical options would be to do a left turn only in to the street and a left turn only out. Do you feel either of those would be an acceptable solution there?
As long as you can get in and get out, yes.
Well, I'm saying if it was one option only out of those. But would you say it's a 50% improvement, I guess?
Well, if they get in, there's still going to be the bottleneck of how they get out. If the Sand Cafe, I know they would want to get in. We want to get out. It is for rent. Tenants, I don't really want to say that because this is going to be publicised. But for owners, it is very essential. The building is valued a lot lower with not being able to get in or out. So you can see where I'm coming
Hey.
So you say the building is a lot lower value. So does that mean that the rent has reduced?
There being no further questions, thank you very much, Christine, for coming and presenting to council.
So I can't sit down.
Acceptance of late items. I would like to note that 2 additional, as signalled, attachments to item 8.12 were added to Stella and published to the website on Friday. We do try to get all the papers published a week prior. Is there any confidential business that we're transferring to the open? There being none, I don't have any changes of order of business. There being none, could I ask for any declarations of conflict of interest? And there are none. Thank you. So we now go to item 8.1, the priority 1 annual report for 2023-24. And we've got Nigel Touch from priority 1 here to present. And Todd Muller, the chair of priority 1, joining Nigel. And we've got 10 minutes for you, including questions. Welcome, Nigel and Todd. Can't give you control.
Right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting us along. This is simply us reporting on or providing you with our annual report, as we would do every year. I've brought along our chair, Todd Muller, today to answer any tricky questions. We'll try to limit any US politics talk, Todd, but you never know. So I'm just going to talk through what we've done. We did get a request just to discuss what we did with our grant, essentially, for the session. So we'll talk about exactly that. So if we go to the next slide, please. In terms of what we do with it, it isn't actually a grant. It's a joint contract for economic development outcomes that we have between ourselves, Tauranga City Council and Western Plenty District Council. In that sets out the things that we mutually agree are important to improve economic development outcomes. Those are those 6 things up there. I've summarised those so they can fit on a nice PowerPoint slide. So we agree on them. We agree to do a bunch of actions around that. And then we have priority actions, priority outputs, and then 3-year targets within that. So that's quite nice and tight and allows us to have everyone working in the same direction. This flows through to smart growth as well. So everything you'll see in there in terms of the smart growth strategy should mirror this. And then in terms of how we normally report on it, we'll give you a quick report in July. So there would have been one in July 2024. And then we'd present the annual report. Some of you have come to our AGM and the likes. And that's usually done in about November after we publish that. But in this instance, it's been a bit delayed as you're a new council and the likes. So I'll just talk through some of these key points now, really, if we could have the next slide. When we came and talked to you last, we talked about the challenge in the economy being with pay rates, essentially, where we lag the rest of New Zealand as a product of a bunch of stuff that's gone on in the past. So we really need to correct that by high value industries, creating high value jobs, and then getting our own people into those. We do collectively a bunch of work with the university around that. So Tauranga City Council, the university and us have a partnership agreement, and that supports university growth in the city centre. But it also, I guess the idea is to make the city welcoming to university students and help the growth of the university. But the other part is we want the university to be good for the city as well. So we have to have that link there, and that provides that. We've got really strong capital networks here. I think the best outside of Auckland, and we'd love to talk to you more about that probably in a session someday. But lots of work in that in terms of strengthening the existing work that's happening there. And then we run some engagement things as well. So we had this year's version of the Daybake Innovation Festival just Wednesday last week, or Thursday maybe. So lots going on there. We look at industry scale and success. This one's a bit more about making sure we link planning to industry growth. So if we look at the detail within that, it's much more about spatial planning, connection to smart growth, etc. It's really critical that as businesses grow and industry grows, that we have that linked up and it matches the spatial plan. Where there are specific areas we feel we need to get involved with, we do a blueprint, so CBD and Mount Industrial. And then, as you would have seen, we've advocated for infrastructure a lot over the last year. That's been successful. We've certainly gained a lot more awareness from government about what our challenges are here. Again, there's more to grow there. And the important part is there that we're all saying exactly the same thing. So Tauranga City Council saying it, the other councils are saying it, we're saying it, and we're getting industry to say it as well. So we don't want everyone coming out with different projects. Education is really important. We have all 11 secondary schools part of our membership and in the InStep program. Really, this is about pathways. So if we create those good jobs, we want to make sure that people coming out of the education system have ability to get those jobs and that they even know what they are. So lots to do there. And it's not just about university pathways. The vocational side is really, really important as well. We don't want people going into unskilled work without a pathway to get up into skilled work so they can have a higher standard of living in the future. Next slide, please. Māori and Pacifica workforce outcomes are really important. Te Horopo on our board eloquently states it's a curve below the curve, right? Pretty much every workforce outcome from Māori and Pacifica is worse than the rest of the population. And with demographic changes, that's going to be increasingly important to us. So most of our work results around rangatahi and STEM here. We want to get people into high value jobs and high value pathways. There's a bunch of other stuff going on as well. I think you're hearing from Timber later today. They do a great job and we're out there to support them, Toikarewa, etc. On the sustainability side, I mean, this area is immense and we've had some really good success here. I'm really proud of the Circular Construction Collective, where we have a bunch of businesses together, essentially quite engaged in that and running that themselves now. Probably more broadly, though, there's that big transition to decarbonisation, and that doesn't happen without really solid energy. So you need more energy, and you need people to transition from boilers and the likes that might be fired on gas through to electricity, and that requires a lot of work with those businesses and with the various government agencies that help that. So lots to do there. And businesses, I find, generally want to do more in this area. They need to be guided. It's going to be increasingly important. We're an export-led area. And if we can't decarbonise and prove that we're clean, we won't sell much. So it's a long project, but it needs to happen. And then lastly, as far as international connections go, most of the work in this one is really around talent attraction and retention. We only try to attract talent to specific areas. We don't want to do that carte blanche, but it's really important that businesses are involved with this. And for me, it's really important that they're working collectively. Tauranga businesses collectively can do a lot more than individuals. We're not that big a city, so we need them working together. And we've been fortunate that a bunch of them have engaged with the Work Life Tauranga program. And we clearly do other things around Invest in Migrant stuff, sister cities, etc. And then lastly, I thought I'd just talk about some of the things that we've done kind of over and above perhaps what might be in our agreement already. So the Mount Maunganui industrial area is really, really important. I said we do blueprints where we think there's a need to. Clearly, there's been some environmental concerns around that. What we've put in is an environmental accord We've had over 30 businesses sign up to do voluntary actions that help improve the environment. So we've got over 100 there now. That's great, right? We want them doing that over and above their consent levels. So that's a thing where I think Priority One's at its best, where we can corral a bunch of businesses, get them together and start with a vision and get somewhere. So we're very proud of that, and that will serve this area very well. Shift Hub, you'll hear us bang on about infrastructure a lot, but we need to use the transport system more efficiently as well. So that was all about getting businesses involved with that. The energy strategy, we've done the bulk of the work there. You'll see that come out in the next couple of months, but broadly, we definitely need to have a good plan for energy. We need double, like the rest of New Zealand. We're an energy consumer here. We need to be very good about how we're getting that in and what businesses can do to improve. The city centre, we keep going on as well. We released the blueprint, but it's not just about releasing something and finishing. We're continuing to engage businesses, and particularly now there's some stock available, trying for attraction for people to come back into the city centre, which I think is working. You see it out there. The next step in that would be residential accommodation as well, as we seek to intensify. The Aroto Skills and Employment Hub is a really important part of what we do. It takes people that might not be as fortunate in the workforce and won't have a job and gets them into a skills or employment pathway. It's quite highly intensive. We do it alongside MSD. Again, it'd be very easy to gravitate the university spectrum of the employment area, but we really want to make sure that everyone has a good shot at getting a job as well. So they've been very successful in getting over 60 people into pathways just in the last 12 months. And then lastly, you've seen me quite a lot in the regional deal lately. That was something that we felt was right to do. It's been a really good partnership with local councils in tangata whenua. I hope that we've put in a really good proposal there. I think it will stand its ground very well. And that's something that I think we can do collectively together quite well. Lastly, we do all these things. It's great. What I'd seek, you're a relatively new council soon, well now, we still kind of have to get used to working with each other. I'd like more engagement. I think that would be, we're much better together than we are individually, and we can do some powerful things together. So humbly, if we could get a bit more engagement collectively with elected members, I think that would be really, really helpful. So let's do that. Thanks. Happy to take any questions.
Nigel, have we got any questions for Nigel or Todd? Councillor Roseboom.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the presentation. So given all that's happened in the last 12 months, the industry's been a little bit flat, labour shortages or skill set shortages more than labour shortages. What's the biggest thing that Tauranga has to solve to attract more industry into Tauranga?
It's really the housing side. I think if we were to boil it down to one thing, employers need employees to be able to have an affordable house, right? So we have to concentrate on that. First and foremost, the infrastructure we need for that is largely what we need for a whole bunch of other things as well. So it works out well.
And does that same apply to the greater Western Bay region?
Yeah, broadly, they're pretty much the same economy. It's just different council lines. So Western Bay is a pretty tight kind of sub-regional economy. Same issues. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, Councillor Crowther, then Mayor Mahe.
Thanks, Nigel and Todd. I know you're heavily involved with transport and infrastructure. I'm interested in your thoughts because we've got this, what you could call a funding crisis with public transport. And so we're looking at going backwards there. And I'm aware of what businesses in Tauranga have said to Priority One and others around the priority of our transport system, etc. So one of the things that's come up in Transport Committee discussions is other revenue. Can we pull other revenue from the business sector to somehow fund public transport? I haven't quite got my head around what that could be, but I guess throwing it out there. But if you have any thoughts in terms of partnerships to where business will benefit from having less congestion, better bus service, anything come to mind on that?
I think businesses probably feel that, they've paid quite a bit more in commercial rates recently, so they would expect to see some infrastructure and things happening for that. Equally, I think they also feel that you can't build your way out of these problems. So you have to be able to use the network more efficiently, and productivity is a problem for them. So I think they welcome, like, in summary, they welcome a good chat on it in terms of what the options are, how they might be able to help. So we should definitely do that then.
Hey.
Thank you for presenting today. So firstly, thank you for the work you've done on our regional deal. It's appreciated to pull that all together, and nice to have that submitted. Secondly, yeah, just a question around funding, because in our report we've got effectively there's 1.5 million, through the joint partnership agreement. Then there's 100,000 to Film Bay of Plenty. There's another 11,000 to international student attraction, another 59,000 for the Daybreak Festival, Mode Shift, pop-up, etc. So is that all? Like, all I just wanted really is just the absolute total, which if those are all that, it's about 1.745 million. Is that your understanding that that's all the funding that is provided by the council?
Yes, in this particular financial year, but it does vary depending on the financial year. So essentially we have a contract that says we agree on doing these basic things. That won't contemplate things that come up from time to time. There might be opportunities or issues that we might need to deal with. So sometimes additional funding kind of comes in. For that, Daybreak would be a good example of that, where that was kind of catalyst funding to get it going, and now it doesn't need it. Film is dealt with quite separately. It's essentially only a pass-through if it hits us, and it doesn't in this financial year. And then we're 8 months into this current financial year, that number would be substantially lower this year, almost nothing, I would have thought.
Councillor Correct.
Tēnā koroa, gents. It's nice to have you here, and thanks again for your presentation. You mentioned a couple of things, and one was the housing situation. Employers need employees to be able to live here at an affordable price. And you also mentioned the CBD, and in terms of addressing some apartment dwellings in the CBD. So they sort of go hand in hand. And we had a presentation here a couple of weeks ago saying that to build apartments in the CBD, or actually anywhere in particular, there's a sweet spot at the end of an upcycle in terms of property values. And that was really interesting, where you've got a couple of years towards the top end of delivering that sort of accommodation. Are you aware of that? And also like the request to engage more with us, because I think there's an opportunity there for us to get around the table, chew some fat, and then look at some potential solutions, identify the problems and potential solutions. But do you see there being an obstacle in terms of the CBD and encouraging development and delivery of affordable accommodation in the CBD? Because that's what we're hearing.
Thanks, Rick. Yes, in summary, we did a study alongside TCC a couple of years ago that showed that residential accommodation, particularly at that mid to lower end, was probably the hardest. But it's very site dependent. So I'd be interested in that chat you had from, I don't know who it was from, but I'd be interested to get hold of that. It's very site dependent, and it depends on a motivated person and the right site, really. So we should keep encouraging that, but we should acknowledge it's not easy. I expect the Cameron Road spine particularly would have a good degree of intensification. Whether you see 14-storey apartments in the CBD might be a challenge at this stage, but that's what we need to find, again, dependent on the site.
Yeah, I'll connect with you in terms of making that linkage.
Councillor Morris, then Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know Councillor Taylor had it up half a second before, but I'm going to take the win. So thank you very much. And thank you, gentlemen, for making the trip into town. I know you have to do it regularly, Nigel, and Todd coming from outside. Thank you for coming in today. I know it's a bit of a task coming through Tauranga traffic at the moment. The Mayor has recently written to council-controlled organisations and other entities which council funds, requesting a 7% saving in the upcoming council financial year, because we're trying to backfill a hole that the previous administration left. They were running council at a deficit. I know that we've got a 3-year contract, and there's a specified amount of funding in there, but I'm just checking to see, would you be able to commit to a 7% reduction in council funding for the upcoming financial year? Appreciate that we've got a contract, but as a gesture of goodwill, given that all of the other organisations which council funds are having to do some belt tightening, would Priority One be able to commit to a reduction of funding to that level as per the Mayor's request?
Thanks, Steve. It's a little hard to say, given that's the first I've heard of that. So, but like anything, we can have a look at it. I would say that we've stretched significantly in this financial year, particularly around the regional deal, with a lot of additional resource and advice put into that. So we can have a look at it and see how we go. But I think we'll perhaps go through more formal channels and figure that out. Yeah.
Yeah, if I could just add, let's have a formal approach if that's what you wish to do. I guess, Councillor Morris, the one thing I would ask and reflect on really is, of all the time to be reflecting on how to tighten the funding to Priority One, I would have thought on the cusp of potentially a regional deal to reset the city for the next 10 to 20 years seems an unusual time to be doing it, notwithstanding the fact that, you've got your role to do, but mine as the chair of Priority One, I think they would expect me, upon hearing that, to say, look, this is a relationship. Of course, we'll sit and have a conversation. But if anything, I look forward and the board looks forward to the work plan that we have in front of Priority One for the next 12 months. And it is significantly more intense than the last 12 months. And the idea that that can be delivered to a level that will meet the expectation of a government and our funding partners, if we embrace cuts to delivery, just doesn't seem very sound from my perspective.
Question through to staff. Can we have that letter circulated to elected members?
Yeah, there hasn't been a letter formally sent to Priority One. There has been a letter sent to our council controls organisations.
There was a discussion in a workshop around a letter being sent to Priority One and other organisations which receive council fundings, not just CCOs. That was about a month ago.
Yeah, and the letter hasn't been sent yet.
Just through the chair, they are being drafted. They just haven't been sent yet. And I'm not sure it was a month, but I can check.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Guys, you rightly indicated the issues we have with the Mount Airshed and the pollution in there, and I commend you on the accord that you've put together. So 2 questions on that. It's kicked off, we're rolling on it now. What's your maintenance program for making sure that we actually make a difference over there? And then secondary, we have other industrial areas of Tauranga which essentially could become the same problem as we have at the Mount. What's your take on that, and how would we actually prevent that happening?
Thank you. Yeah, good question. So we've rolled that out late last year. And really what we're trying to do there is get businesses to agree to some additional actions and then work as a team to support each other, but also to hold each other accountable as well. And as you've probably figured out, that does take quite a bit of grunt to do. There's a couple of different tiers of working parties there that we're chairing and we're dragging businesses into. There's a meeting later this week on one of them. Steps have been formed so far to figure out how we share the right things in the right forum, and then how that group kind of works within itself. That will require ongoing maintenance from our point of view, probably at least 8 meetings a year, I would have thought. and then some stuff outside of that. So it's that side, and the pleasing part is I think that's really working, and it'll be really good for the Mount over the course of time, and quite rare to get that level of cohesion happening. In terms of the other areas, regional council, I guess, governs the air quality consents on a broad level. What we've learnt from the Mount is it's really, really complex. So we'd want to take a look. Tauranga, I guess, is the next most intense. Probably doesn't have the same level of industrial kind of manufacturing there, but certainly something. I'm not seeing it as an issue right now, but we should keep an eye on it. And then further out Rangiru, I guess. I know not part of TCC. But yeah.
Councillor Schuler.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Great to get the report. Just a couple of quick thing from me, just regarding you talked about the advocacy for city centre, and obviously big decisions made on that to kick forward and keep that development going. What are the high level things you probably see over the next few years in terms of while that build's going on, and to really get the most out of that decision? What's the key stuff at a high level for really getting the city centre to hum?
I think the development is largely happening, and I wouldn't say it's out of anyone's control here, but it's been influenced. It's going well. I think to me, the CBD's been a storytelling exercise over the course of time, where we've been really active in trying to change people's hearts and minds in terms of their approach and what they're thinking about Tauranga CBD. That's not easy, and we've been deliberate about not going super aspirational with that, right? Because you've got to get people to believe you. So you need proof points. So I think TCC has a really big role for that, as we do, around communicating that to the wider community. Look at all these awesome things that are happening. Look at what you can look forward to in the future, and then we'll hopefully get that kind of positivity, and that will help, particularly the retailers who are probably hurting a bit more over that transition period.
Madam Chair, if I could just quickly add, I think another piece of the puzzle, councillor, would be university accommodation. I sort of assist in the interface between Priority 1 and the university, and they're looking at sort of just under 900 Fs this year. They want to build that over the next 3 years to sort of the high 900s, but their plan is to be 1,500 by 2029, which is in your sort of planning window. But when you sort of dig into that, really the big enabler of that is accommodation. And, they've been trying to work with the Bongard Centre. They've also been looking at other lease options. It's proving difficult to make the numbers work, to get it pitched right for the affordability from a student perspective and the loans that cover that. But I think that's a big enabler, because if you get more young people living and studying here in this CBD, I think you'll see that just being really lift the energy and economic output of this town.
Thank you. I think just a comment from me, Nigel, you talked about we all want to have the same messages. I think the work you've done as Priority 1 in partnership with TCC is fundamental to the changes that are happening in Tauranga, and we want them to keep going. But let's also recognise where the money is coming from. So 1.7 million has come into Priority 1 from, I think, commercial ratepayers. They don't really get any recognition in your annual report. I was at the annual general meeting, there wasn't recognition. So it's 1.7 million, I think, coming through TCC through a partnership grant and grants, and 700,000 from members. Can we just also recognise that that funding is coming from the businesses of Tauranga, because they also need to know that they are contributing well to the development. And I think that we need to keep those positive messages. We get called local government funding. We don't even get a TCC comment in your annual report, but it just would be important, I think, talk about the partnership with the university, and actually, because we are wanting to be one team that is driving progress in Tauranga, and I think we need to acknowledge where the funding is coming from, please.
Sure. Yeah, heard loud and clear. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. We take your message that you'd like to do this again, and we would like that also. Obviously, there's real interest from my fellow councillors, and yes, we do appreciate the work you've done, the regional deal. We are very much looking forward to that carrying on in a positive manner. So thank you very much for your time. So we'll go back to the resolution. Which we're going to put up. So we've got a recommendation that the City Delivery Committee receives the report, Priority 1 Annual Report 2023-24. Can I have a mover and seconder? Mover, Councillor Taylor, seconder, Councillor Baker. Any commentary on that, please? Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Yeah. It was some time ago that we discussed those letters, and I just want to reflect that we should have had those prepared and sent to Priority 1 a while ago, and it's just unfair to blindside them with that in a public meeting when my expectation would have been that those would have been sent some time ago.
Okay, that being the end of comments, I will put the resolution that the City Delivery Committee receives the Priority 1 Annual Report 20. We've got 23-24 in here. Is it 24-25? It can't be 24-25 because that hasn't happened yet. Yeah, 20. Okay, so that they receives the report Priority 1 Annual Report 2023-24. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Still incorrect on the. Carried. Now we're going to move to 8.2, the 7th Ave cul-de-sac post-implementation review. We're welcoming Mike Seaborn. And we are taking the report as read. Can I ask if there are questions of Mike and Nick? Councillor Crowther.
Thanks, Mike. I guess for me, the overarching thing is that we had quite a discussion at the last meeting in October where we went into this. And you might recall there was a bit said there around what the councillors were wanting, and we sort of slowly formulated a position, and that included a citywide. The term citywide was used in terms of an engagement. And we've now got a report which is interpreting citywide as 2 blocks of one small part of a city. And as you'd realise, part of the thinking around this was that there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people use that street to access businesses. And the changes had an impact on those people every bit as much as they did on, well, more so in some cases than some of the residents, say, in 8th Ave or 7th Ave or wherever, 6th Ave. So can you explain why you took a limited approach and why you had limited options and why you didn't sort of go into the left in versus left out versus left in and out scenarios?
Sure thing. Through you, Chair. So thanks for the question. In terms of the consultation engagement and the discussion that we had at the last council meeting, it was pretty clear that there was a level of discomfort around the engagement that took place. And we were to go back there and to try and test that. The history of the situation is there has been some criticism around council's engagement approach with the wider project, and it's honed in on this particular location. So that's a bit of context. With regard to the actual decision, consultation citywide versus the approach that we end up engagement, versus the approach we took, it became a balancing act decision around the cost of what that engagement would end up costing, and then the actual approach we took. So in terms of understanding the implications for the users of the corridor would require quite a wider survey. Those surveys can range from sort of 50 to 150K, depending or more, depending on if it's face-to-face engagement. So we're in this betwixt and between position of thinking about what a wider consultation approach would take, and not taking away the whole context of Cameron Road Stage 1 and the project. In a certain similar circumstance, we wouldn't do a citywide engagement on a road closure or opening. So between those sort of three data points, we decided that face-to-face, understanding and reflecting the discussion on the day around businesses, the owners of properties, I think there was a shortcoming last time, the tenants as well, and making sure that we did a more thorough engagement on a face-to-face basis with those residents and in that neighbourhood was the best approach. And notwithstanding is, from a transport perspective, the effect of a closure is felt most readily by the residents on the road, on that particular road. And so their opinion was very important and a priority group for us to test. So do take the point and understand that it would be a concern of yours and councils for not doing more citywide engagement. But on balance, I thought the discussion and the report and the approach that we took would enable council to make a decision today. And if it wanted to take further steps around that, because there is a cost to these things, and some of the potential options that are in front of you would be less than that engagement cost. And I wouldn't like to be sitting here presenting you with that, and yet the actual improvement would end up costing less than the time it took. So we used staff time, and we didn't spend any money doing it, and we did it ourselves as an option. So absolutely take your point, councillor. But I think that as a balancing act, we took that approach.
Thank you, Mike. Obviously, you've inherited this like we have, and I actually agree around only consulting the people that are most affected, because I think someone that never uses this area really they can have views, but it doesn't necessarily affect what is happening here. I guess my concern in this, paragraph 6 on page 15, regarding the opening of 7th Ave cul-de-sac, the majority, 66% of all collective respondents do not support reopening. Now, I just have concerns around this. Actually, that is quite biased view, because it's 33% don't support reopening, 33% are neutral, and 33% are for reopening. So it's just really important to me that actually because that goes, oh great, it's supported by the majority. Well, no, it's not. It's just a third of the people agree with not reopening, a third of the people are neutral, and a third of the people are against it. So to me, it's a fairly neutral response. So that's probably just a steer for future. My question though comes down to some of the costs and value for money that we've discussed a lot, and I'm interested in how you've got to some of these costs. 400 to 500K for reopening the road. $40,000 per formed car park to put those in, and one of the glaring things is could we not take some yellow lines off and create a car park, which would be a lot cheaper option. So did you look at those, and how do we get to some of these costs in this report?
Through you, Madam Chair. All good observations and point taken, thank you. With regard to the parking and the costs, we needed to hone in on what a response might be. Our reflection of the commentary and the discussion at the last meeting, the message we got was that we needed to go back there and test our thinking and the community's reaction to the closure or not. So that sort of defined the way that we'd go about setting the costs. So the cost you got in front of you is to remove the cul-de-sac and reinstall parking as well as the reformation of the road and whatnot. So we've used a quote that we recently got from our suppliers around a similar area rate. And that would be some of the risk associated with utilities that are under the ground, some of the drainage concerns that you might have by reinstating a road. We also didn't have any clarity around what kind of intersection that we'd be putting back. And we've deliberately left those options out of the report in that we were looking at what would a new road look like. The reason we did that is because there's a series of interrelated decisions around parking, because that was a major theme that came back through the survey is why isn't there enough parking and why are we doing things? You're absolutely right. We could remove yellow lines very cost effectively and increase the amount of parking in the area. That absolutely is an option council has in front of it. But there's also options around the new 100 car park red shed facility that's down the road. That will have an impact on the surface parking in the area. We are looking at parking on Edgecombe Road currently because we've already had feedback around the amount of yellow lines on that particular area. So we'll be looking at increasing things there. So it's quite dynamic in terms of the way that we're responding here. And so we'd like to fold the discussion into that work that we can do to realise parking. What staff need today is the decision around the opening or the closing, because that will then therefore impact what we might do as a parking response. So to make it clear, council has options with regard to parking, all the way from something very cost effective and cheap, removing yellow lines, but of course doing that and opening the cul-de-sac is interrelated. So we just want to make sure that we're doing the right things in the right places at the right time. So hence why it's probably not fulsome in the report around all the options you do have. But we were focusing on whether council are comfortable with a removal or a lesser form, and then we would deal with the issue of parking downstream of that. Apologies if that's what you needed in the report to make the discussion more fulsome for you, but we felt that logic was more clear once we knew the status of the cul-de-sac in the end.
So just to follow up, you're quite comfortable with $400,000 to $500,000 is the cost of reopening that road, and that's, I'm assuming, both in and out?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's our current level quote. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that that's what it costs exactly, but what it is a full cost and a conservative estimate. What I didn't want to be is sitting here in 12 months' time asking for more money to go and do something you're asking us to do. So this is to remove everything, reinstate car parks, and potentially no left in, left out. It was a full redesign. So I gave you a high cost, yes. By comparison, everything gets less cost than after that, depending on the intersection form, depending on what parking is up the road. So we took a stab at it, but we wanted to give you a conservative number, so I don't have to ask you for more when and if those decisions line up.
I guess a couple of questions from me, Mike. Firstly, this seems to be a consultation that's had some difficulties. You've come into it as we've come into it. What have you learned? What are you going to do differently going forward that you've learned from this?
Madam Chair, lots, I think, is the short answer. So it's a difficult thing to talk about as a staff member, and that I wasn't involved in the actual project itself. And at the time, it was difficult to do infrastructure right across the country. COVID was happening. The way that you could interact and engage with people, the expectations were different. So there is some context around that. But I think it rolls back to when council heard how big infrastructure pieces get done, a lot of the emphasis has got to be in the planning phase. You do your conversations, your engagement, you de-risk your projects. And this is a manifestation of a risk that has turned up after the project. Some of the work done beforehand of the project could have headed this risk off at the past, potentially. It's not true, but it's potential. So the lessons learned for us is it's back to basics. We do the engagement well, we consult well, we do it with transparency. We use the IAP2, which is a best practice methodology right across the world and public participation, which our engagement programs are based around. And we do that in a fulsome way. So consultation actually means consultation. It's not informed. It's around involving your communities in those design decisions. And quite frankly, in my experience, they help those design decisions become more real for our communities. So the lesson for us is to make sure we do that at the right pace with our community and enough to do it well. Now, I think one of the examples that we've got right in front of us is we did a face-to-face consultation. We talked to people, we knocked on doors, we left letters. It was a very human-focused, centred way of engaging with those people. And you get the feel of it as a project manager or a staff member. And I think that's the kind of things that we are going to do more and more of, is make sure that our neighbours are the people that understand what's going on. And then we do a wider consultation so we get a general feel of the wider pool and the travelling public as well. So it's really important that we do that well, because otherwise we end up talking about things that have happened in the past and how we could do better. So,
Thank you. The other question is, do you believe that this is offering value to money to the people of Tauranga?
Madam Chair, can I just have some clarity on what you mean? What's this?
Do you think this project, in terms of what it's done and the outcomes you're seeking, is being done in a way that's looking at value for money?
Madam Chair, if I may, I'll answer the question with regard to the cul-de-sac. I think if it's not clear in the report, what staff are telling you about the cul-de-sac is, in our opinion, it wouldn't be value for money for us to remove it.
Councillor Baker.
Well, probably complementary to Jen's question, point 61, it says there a diversion of funding effectively to, should we agree to reversing this decision, I suppose. Can you give us a kind of a high level insight as to what pressing projects would then miss out should we have to reprioritise this funding?
For you, Madam Chair, apologies, I don't have the name of the project, but we could give you the view of that. Just to step back, last year we presented the transport program to this version of this committee, and it was in a prioritised list. The one that was under the red line is the first, would be the first consequence. Now, I will go back and find out what that is, but bear in mind, Council, that your program moves up and down through time. And so that red line actually moves around a bit. So I can't give you the exact until we rerun the program. But when we report back through to this committee around the progress on program, you'll see what projects are just sitting on that edge to await funding or not. To add another project in, quite clearly, you put one in the top, one falls out the bottom. And that's the effect of what we're saying there.
But just make sure it's not in the Welcome Bay ward. Thank you.
Mahe.
Another question, just we're talking about reducing the size of the bus stop. And again, a number of $30,000 there. Can you just explain that cost? Because it seems like we're talking about a couple of yellow lines and a couple of white lines to show where the parking is.
Through you, Madam Chair, I can provide more detail around that in terms of exact, but just roughly, what the project is trying to do there is to, if a car is to pull up beside the bus is stopped, it needs some time to get into the left lane, and then if we decided on a left in, left out proposal for the intersection, and to get into the street. So we'd have to pull the bus back. It's a relative cost. We think that removing that and pulling the bus back would cost in the vicinity of that. But again, it's feasibility. I would imagine that would be a lot less, depending on once we assess the stacking distance or the time taken. So we haven't done that level of technical assessment. So I'm not willing to stand beside 30,000 exactly.
Oh, sorry. So that was on the assumption that the cul-de-sac was opened and moving that bus stop. It wasn't. I took that. Sorry, I took that as reducing the size of the bus stop to enable more parking on Cameron Road.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll go and check that, but that was my understanding, and I'll come back to you with some clarification on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. That's the end of questions from staff. There is a resolution that we'll put up. I ask if we have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation. Moved by councillor Roseboom. Seconded by councillor Baker. Any further discussion? Mahe.
Thank you. Look, there's a couple of things here. Overall, I actually don't support opening that up again. It's something that's been done. I do support parking, and I think just a steer, I guess, from this council, I think we are parking champions, and we don't like to see parking removed. And from this report, obviously, we haven't lost any between 7th Ave and Cameron Road. There was a net loss of 0. However, we have lost between 15 and 20 on 8th Avenue. And that is disappointing to me, because the best thing we can do as a council to support business is provide parking. And we've heard it loud and clear throughout our term that people need to have easy access. And it's all very well to say that everyone's going to catch public transport and don't need to park, but that is not the reality. So I want to see from going forward that if we're going to lose one car park, we have to have an option to provide another 2, so that we're actually increasing parking. We're not decreasing it, and that is, to me, what I would support in this area is trying to find parking and trying to find a way to deliver parking for value for money. Again, to deliver a car park for $40,000 in a berm, it does not provide value for money for me. And I, quite frankly, do not believe those figures. It requires you to dig out a space of let's say 3 meters by 5 meters and concrete that, and that's 15 square meters. And if you look at the cost, for example, to concrete that, it is not anywhere near $40,000, and that's including the digger and including the traffic management. So my challenge, I guess, to council staff is we want to increase parking as much as we can on 6th Ave, Edgecombe Road, 7th Ave, 8th Ave, and we want to deliver that for value for money. And I guess the challenge is if we keep getting these numbers that are astronomical, that actually, as elected members, we'll start doing that work ourselves and go and find ways to deliver it, because it's frustrating me that the message does not seem to be getting through. We want to do these things, and we want to deliver it for value for money. And as I've said, taking yellow lines off is a very easy way to deliver parking. I can see an opportunity here. Even in this report, we've got an option for car parking, and saying we could deliver another 8 on 7th Avenue. One doesn't make sense at all, because you're effectively going to get 4 and you're going to remove 3 on-street parking. The other one, where there's potentially no footpath realignment, etc., and it looks like there's yellow lines in front of that spot. So again, let's see if we could take the yellow lines off and get 3 parks. That might be the best value for money option. But if it goes into the berm and we can get 4, what can we deliver it for? Let's have a challenge of how we can deliver these things for a cheaper price. And I believe we could probably deliver 7 parks for probably 40 or 50K. And that is, there's probably 3 parks on Cameron Road by removing a big bus stop and putting in some extra parks, and finding another 3 or 4 on, if it's an easy dig out, you just dig out some grass and lay some concrete or bitumen. But let's start actually delivering value for money. We've talked about it a lot, and I'm starting to lose patience around seeing these reports, seeing the numbers that do not show that value for money. So that's very much my steer. I'm comfortable supporting that we leave it as 7th Ave as a cul-de-sac, but I want to see an increase in parking around this area, and I want to see us deliver car parking, because that is the best way we can support our local businesses. We've heard it over and over again that people lose business because people cannot park. And I know we've got a parking strategy to deal with soon, and that will be another discussion. But that is very much my opinion and my steer.
Thanks, Mayor Mahe. Councillor Schuler.
Just a question of the mayor. So are you suggesting option 2 and 3 a combination of, as opposed to what's in front of us? Oh, yeah, just.
Yes, I support option 2, but it would have to be at a value for money price, and I think it's just a steer that staff are starting to look at delivering car parking wherever possible, rather than taking them away.
Councillor Taylor.
Largely agree with the mayor. I'm still not 100% happy that we've got the right information in front of us to decide on whether we open the cul-de-sac or not. I also look at the survey and go, the people that are most affected are obviously the businesses in and around the Cameron Road intersection of the cul-de-sac. So the opinions of the people that own those buildings from a landlord point of view probably should take more weight than someone that's up on the corner of Edgecombe Road and 7th Avenue. So I don't know whether we've quite got the mix right in our consultation there. I also look at the neutral thing about the parking. We've removed 7 and we've got 7 on Cameron Road. I don't know whether everyone's forgotten, but the 7 on Cameron Road are currently under threat. When we open the bus lanes, those 7 parks will disappear. So it will be a net loss of 7 parks in the area. I really think we can do something, as the mayor suggested, by getting rid of some yellow paint around the blocks. But I'm not happy that we're making a decision on opening and closing this 7th Avenue intersection on the information we have.
Councillor Crowther.
I support Councillor Taylor on that. I think when I look at the report, this is the kind of report that deeply concerns me, because we seem to be redoing exactly the same thing that led us to make what I think is a bad decision in the first place, because we have comments in here, and I'll read out a couple of them, where it says the cul-de-sac was implemented because it delivered the project outcomes such as a continuous cycle route, maximising space and accessibility for all active modes, providing a safer environment for vehicles in active modes. Now, talking to the project team extensively during that period, we were told precisely the opposite. We were told that the plan was for not to provide the maximum space. It says here it was. It wasn't to provide it on that side of the road. It was explicitly to take away space and put it back onto the other side of the road. It was not to put a continuous cycle route there. This was for a low-speed cycling alternative to the cycle route. It was not providing the safety for active modes as the priority because it mixed cycles with pedestrians. It was not also underneath it sort of says the removal of the cul-de-sac may reduce the efficiency of buses. Well, a lot of things may reduce it, but there are plenty of things that have reduced the efficiency of the buses, including the project itself has slowed down buses. So to me, putting all this stuff in a report is precisely what I didn't want. It confirmed, the report confirmed what we already knew, I think, which is that there are a number of people there with mixed views locally. But what we also know is that those businesses, as Councillor Taylor says, have a lot more customers than who live in those 2 blocks. And so the impact on the people of Tauranga is far, far greater. And I've had people from Bethlehem Ward, from Ultimotai, from Papamoa, from the Mount have all talked to me before and after the election about this and how we've got to open it up. So, you know, there are so many things I could say about it, but I think the fundamental thing is this report doesn't give what I feel we need to make a good decision. And I would really like to put an amendment there to let it lie on the table and to have some form of direction to come back with a better alternative for option 4 around the reopening of 7th Ave cul-de-sac, because ultimately you could argue a lot of things cost us money, but this is a matter of principle that this was a flawed idea from the start, in my view. It was unfair and it was not appropriate how it was consulted on in the first place. And we've had the chance to review a number of decisions that the Commission has made, and we either haven't been in a position or have chosen not to change those things. But this is one simple thing which isn't that expensive. I'm pretty sure we can get that cost down based on what I know of the project in Cherrywood. This would be a lot simpler in terms of physical works required. And to reopen it would make a statement saying we are not going to do the stuff that has been done in the past, which is based on unsound principles and basically just false facts which have been put in this report. So I feel very strongly about that. It's not what that project was. And we need to look at better options here. So I propose an amendment to leave the report on the table and to engage, I don't know quite how to word it, but we need to have somehow instruct the staff more precisely, I think, through the chief executive to say exactly what we need and to bring it back when we have what we need to make a comprehensive decision. I think it falls into the reopening and some better costings there. And it falls into what the Mayor has said around the parking options, which is, I think, more of a side issue, which is not what the people have talked to me about, but it is a critical side issue.
So we didn't get have you sent an amendment in?
Not sure. I'm seeking guidance from the chair and the CE as to how to, I thought we'd instructed very clearly last time, and obviously we hadn't got it clearly enough. So I'm not sure the best mechanism. I thought an amendment would be, but last time we did an amendment and it was misinterpreted. So can we actually have a verbal discussion after the meeting and maybe write down a few bullet points or something like that as to what we need?
So I've just sent through, and this is picking up because I support the fact that I don't believe we have got good enough costings in the report. I am concerned that we say we've got a 67% in favour when perhaps it was half of that in favour and half were neutral. And I'm hearing from my fellow councillors that there are other points in the report. So I'm comfortable to second an amendment that we leave it lying on the table, and I have suggested, and these are mostly from Mayor Mahe's comments, that we do talk about we need to know that it's value for money, we need to know that we are needing to support businesses, we need to make sure we are looking at all options in terms of car parking, which might mean taking yellow lines off Edgecombe Road. So have you got those? Yeah.
I just wonder, rather than come up with it now, that we give a steer as to what we want to see separately.
Let's put them up and see if that helps.
Leave it lie now, and we come back with a steer as to what we want to see more information.
We normally do have reasons for letting a report lie on the table. That's why I was trying to add some.
Well, I think we can give reasons, but yeah, going forward as to what we want to see in the next report.
Okay, do you want to suggest those? That we're just leaving it lie on the table?
Yeah, we'll provide them.
We've got councillor Schuler and then councillor Taylor.
Just only things I'll put to councillors is that, I don't think we've been misled at all in terms of the 33%. So that, you know, the numbers are the numbers. I suppose maybe the clarity we needed to understand the difference is so if 33% of the people said they want it reopened and 33% said they didn't and 33% had no real view. I suppose what's materially going to change our thinking to the other councillors, I'm asking you, is maybe from hearing Councillor Taylor, if we knew the people that were opposed, were they primarily the businesses, and will we give greater consideration to their view? But otherwise, I don't support the idea of just going out and doing more general consultation. Can we not glean the information we've got from the consultation that's already been done to get on and make a decision quickly?
Councillor Taylor and then councillor Baker.
Just wondering, is this amending the motion that we've already got on the table, or is it replacing it? Because if it's an amendment, I'd like to know what's going to be taken out of the first part.
So we're actually just talking about, we haven't approved that, the amendment hasn't gone through yet. And if it does go through, then we need to understand how it impacts the substantive. Is that right? So I've just been corrected on process. Thank you, Marty. So we've got a mover and seconder for an amendment. We're going to vote on that before we need any more discussion on that. So the amendment is that the report lies on the table and staff provide councillors with an updated report with more options. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Against? Councillor Baker, I haven't seen your hand. No, so we've got against is Schuler, Rosenboom, and Councillor Baker hasn't voted yet. So that's just a straight vote. Did you want to vote, Councillor Baker? For, against, abstain. So we've got an abstention. Okay, so that amendment. No. So it's Shaw and Roseboom are against. Okay, so we have that report lies on the table. I'm actually just going to have a recess for 10 minutes. We just need to, as chair, I haven't been quite as up to date as I needed to be with how this has worked, and I think we just needed to confirm where we're at. So I'm just going to have a adjournment for 10 minutes. Thank you all. Kia ora. We've got the next item, 8.3 Mount Maunganui Hot Pools opening hours. And welcome Alison Law and Tina Harris Renui, apologies. I'm going to take the report as read and I'm opening up for questions of Alison and Tina. So Taylor.
Thanks for the report. Quite helpful. Just one point of clarification. It says in the report that staff rock up to work at 6 o'clock. Is that a full complement of staff? I was just wondering whether there's some compromise here where maybe they could have the pool ready to go by 6:30, say, which might alleviate some of the public's concerns around this.
So to confirm, our staff are there at 6 o'clock in the morning for a 7 o'clock open because it takes approximately an hour to prepare the pool. It is a hot water salt pool. And with that there are quite significant complexities in the pool plant area. And also overnight, things happen. When I say that, there's always in swimming pools matter that you have to clear out. So the team actually jump into the pool every morning to vacuum the pool. And then there's obviously just making sure changing rooms and everything else is right. So to answer your question, we do need a full complement of staff. We have a minimum of 2 staff on board for health and safety reasons and to align with our pool safe accreditation. And then we bring on also the staff member, the front of house staff member. They will then do some duties ahead of time to be open and able to greet customers on arrival.
That clarifies it. So essentially that hour is fully occupied getting ready.
Yes, correct. So it's 3 staff we have on. It's whatever time we open.
Emma, hey.
I'm just trying to understand the cost. Why is it $200 a day to open an hour earlier? Are we paying our staff $66 an hour?
We are a living wage employee, so the figure that is in there relates to taking into account not only what we pay our staff, but also factoring in the likes of holiday pay, ACC, and other sick leave and the components. So that's what it's made up of. What I can tell you is that is being paying people with all those parts added on between $33 to $38 an hour. The industry, the aquatic industry, has had exceptionally high staff turnover in previous times. And Mia, I'm more than happy to give you the detail if you would like. We've had a really high turnover in that area there. So going back now 3 years ago, there was a piece of work that looked at what our staff were getting paid to endeavour to try and slow down staff turnover, but also to recognise what the skill level and the skill set is, put it through strategic pays, benchmarked against national benchmarks with other aquatic facilities and councils to make sure that we landed right. So that is an answer to your question. It is paying 3 staff member. And also in addition to that, the operational costs include chemicals, electricity, gas, and so on.
Through the chair, $52,000 divided by 52 weeks would be $1,000 a week. Divided by 5 would be $200 a day, but the hot pools is open 7 days a week. So that'd be $142 or $143 a day.
And just for
we're not talking about opening it on the weekend though.
And we're point of clarity, we're open 7 a.m. Monday to Saturday.
Well, in the report it says on weekdays. That's what we're considering. So is that not correct?
That is the amounts that we've taken is 6 days a week. So we would have to take off
Okay, so it's not weekdays as in the report.
From Monday to Saturday.
Any other questions from elected members? Okay, thank you very much, Alison and Tina. We now just will have a discussion across ourselves. Mayor Mahe.
Yeah, again, I'm just disappointed, with the numbers, and it doesn't seem to equate to me. If you're going to tell us it's $52,000, tell us how that you get to that, because it doesn't add up. I want to see the breakdown of how they get there. At $38 an hour, even, it doesn't add up. Yes, there is some additional costs, but tell us what those additional costs are with electricity and gas, and just show us how you get to $52,000, because it looks like a number that's been plucked from the air, and I see no justification. I don't think it stacks up unless the staff, as we say, are getting paid $66 an hour.
And I just, in my view, we have said from the beginning of our time that we do need robust financial analysis. I am surprised in where we are in terms of the conversations we're having, that this report has been put up without any breakdown of that detail. And it just does makes me concerned that, to know where those numbers came from. And we are, as Marty will be starting to realise, and I think all of the exec, very capable with numbers, and we are unlikely to be saying there's too much detail in numbers. So can I just keep saying we do need to have robust financial analysis in every paper we get. So there being no further conversation, we have got a motion. If we can put that up, please. So we've got moved by Mayor Mahe, seconded by Councillor Baker. I have heard we need to clarify the recommendation, option 1 of the report, that the Mount Hot pools are weekday opening hours. That is the week. So it's just this only talks about weekday.
Well, I think they're saying that they've calculated on Monday to Saturday, but it's weekday throughout the reports. So anyway, you just to talk to this. Look, I'm disappointed about the numbers. I think it's what it feels like is there's been a number there to try to put us off, looking at this seriously. That is my opinion, but it's frustrating when we can't justify it. We have to come to assumptions, and that's my assumption. However, looking at the numbers, like with and potential usage, I don't, even if it's $30,000, which is the extra wages, approximately, it still probably doesn't make financial sense to be opening earlier. And I think there is other options if someone is desperate to get in the pool at 6 a.m. So I support keeping the opening hours at 7 a.m. Purely from a value for money play, which I think, and when we compare it to other recreational facilities, I guess, around the country, we're actually open quite early, and looking at the clientele, I think, I'm quite comfortable from the rest of the report that this is the sensible play here.
Thanks, Mayor Mahe. Councillor Baker.
Kia ora. Just firstly want to acknowledge the community group last year that came through and presented, which kind of triggered this conversation. It takes a lot of courage and effort, I suppose, to present to council on any matter. And I do support the recommendations as read. Numbers aside, I'm pretty comfortable with the rest of the rationale that's been provided. If I remember correctly, BVL is already running at a loss. So I'm not sure it's good governance to further pressure the organisation when the focus for us is a balanced budget and value for money. And opening it for an extra hour doesn't provide us either of those two things. So for this point in time, I support the motion as read.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, similar to the last item on our agenda, I am not really happy making a decision without the proper information. And I'd also taken the Mayor's point on, he's talking about the value for money we get between 6 and 7. I'd also say if that was the decision-making process, the value for money between 7 and 9 or 7 and 10 is probably just as bad.
Okay, Councillor Schuler.
Sorry, I'm a bit slow to put my hand up. Yeah, I just agree with the previous speakers. Yeah, certainly the petition and the people from the community there that have enjoyed the amenity, and certainly that's an area that I think it's important that we do think hard when we are looking at taking things away, something that came through from COVID, and then maybe a new norm, which is you know, the locals wanted that the old way back. And the recommendation here is not to do that. I suppose the thing that swayed me is really comparing the type of use of the type of pool and comparing the Mount Hot pools with other hot pools around the country as opposed to more structured and other pools. And so that resonates with me. It is tough to be taking away something. But I do support the recommendation as it is, that we keep the hours as they are. It may also, within our equity and being fair, you know, it may be as a council and as us, we have to look hard at the other pools as well. If we're looking to do this and making this decision, we have to make sure we apply this right across the board, ladies and gentlemen.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I tend to agree with most of those points that everyone's made. I sort of see this as maybe best dealt with in the user fees scenario, in the sense that we have a bit of a matrix here with the cost of various facilities around the city, the demand for them. I think Councillor Taylor raised a really key point, which is that if you took any slice of an hour, you could probably go, well, boy, this is not great value for money. But on the other hand, if you did that for every hour of the day, you wouldn't have a facility open. So it's to try and find the right balance between user pays, for all that stuff. And I think something that we had covered under the user fees discussion a week or two ago was between the different pools, the different types of amenities. And I think given where we've got to, where I mean, my calculation is $56 per person per hour. If that is truly the marginal cost, I think we need to really tease out what goes into marginal costs and what goes into the core costs here, and how we work through that. So I'm happy to support this, but I think it could be on the table when we look at a review of all these facilities.
And I think I'm going to repeat that going forward, we do need better financial analysis. We actually do need to be able to make decisions with the detail we need from a financial perspective. I think the Mount Hot pools are amazing, and I know that my community love them, as a lot of people outside the community and probably outside Tauranga also do. I agree we should look at these. When we look at user fees, we do need to understand the cost benefit of these, and that should have an influence on opening times, for example. At the moment, it's not economically, it doesn't make sense economically to allow the extra opening hour, but going forward, I would expect better analysis from the financial perspective, as some of my colleagues have said. So we've got a mover and a seconder. I'm going to ask for a vote on this resolution that the City Delivery Committee receives the report Mount Maunganui Hot Pools opening hours, approves option 1, that the Mount Hot Pools weekday opening hours remain at 7 a.m. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Rod, Councillor Taylor. That is carried. Thank you. We're now going to 8.4 Links Avenue proposal to conclude the trial. And we've got Karen Hay and Mike Seaborn. Welcome, Karen and Mike. We are going to take the report as read. I would ask if there are questions for the staff. Mayor Mahe.
Good morning. This is another inherited one, I know. But it's obviously had a lot of reiterations, and I guess the overall is what I've heard is we just want consistency working well. Now, my only question is what are the critical hours if we were making this as kind of short a time as possible, both morning and afternoon? What are the critical hours that this should happen in?
Good morning, and through you, Madam Chair. We have made a second recommendation in the report that considers 7:30 to 9 a.m. and 2:30 to 4 p.m. The morning restriction is associated with the level of congestion on State Highway 2. So it's trying to, in the timing when that occurs, so it's seeking to minimise the impact on passenger transport, and we do see people using Links Ave. In the PM peak, it's associated with Mount Intermediate. They close at 2:45. So we're trying to suggest that to you that a restriction could be reduced, but still achieves a good balance perhaps for the outcomes.
Thank you.
Councillor Morris and then Councillor Crowther.
Supplementary, as a former student of Mount Intermediate, we tried our best a couple of years ago. Thank you, Madam Chair. We tried our best to get out of there pretty quickly and to avoid getting there too early. So if council was of the mind that the critical hours in terms of safety only for the children was between 8 and 9 and 2:30 and 3:30, acknowledging that the bell times are 8:45 at the start of the day and 2:45 at the end of the day, would those hours alone present an acceptable risk to children, or would they need to be longer? I'm just trying to tease out the Mayor's discussion earlier around just being around those critical safety times.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's a tough question, and you get a fine balance between winter and summer. And as you say, I dropped my son off this morning really early because he didn't want to catch the bus. But he's waiting there at least 45 minutes before school, which you're not really supposed to do. So you get all this different behaviour, I think, is the key. So the advice from staff to council from a safety perspective is that the times that we proposed are the net we think has the sort of diminishing return benefit. In our estimation, acknowledging we're in an estimate. So that's what our recommendation is, to cover off the maximum benefits from a safety perspective, the traffic benefits, and that balancing act between how people actually use it. However, you can adjust it. And see how that works. And I think that's the nature of these types of restrictions, is it is adjustable. And from a staff perspective, we've given you the view of what those times are. So to your point, 15 minutes or so, it's hard to tell whether that'll have a major difference, because the peak will be moving potentially by 15 minutes in different days in different conditions and at different times. So it's so variable, we're unable to sort of say to you one way or the other that's a benefit.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I'm interested. when you did whatever the community engagement was, part of the concern from the community, the whole reason this all came out in the first place was because of a localized engagement process, as opposed to a wider engagement process with the thousands of people who are impacted by it. Many thousands. And hence you get, thousands of people doing petitions and things. So what was the thinking to then go to ultimately get 49 views on it as opposed to a broader community view?
Yeah, that feedback wasn't sought from us. That was people chose to write to council being concerned with their council's views that were expressed in that October meeting. Was it October meeting? Yes. Yeah. So we didn't ask for them. People chose to write to us and share their views on that.
So submission is in the sense that some members of our community use the word submission as opposed to a council formal submission process.
And we discussed that we could have called it emails or letters, or but actually there were submissions on the functionality of it. So that's why we chose that word. But yeah, there were views shared that we didn't seek, but just chosen to write to us.
Is there regular monitoring in that part of the city in terms of travel times? Because you had numbers that seem to be sort of 6 monthly for a while there, and we're now nearly heading towards a year. So has there been any updated, and if not, when do you next monitor the travel times?
Through you, Madam Chair, we do monitoring of the performance of the network practically on a monthly basis. Particular to Links Ave, it was about evaluating the impacts pre and post the trial. We did run some additional numbers in February to get an indication in terms of potential changes that have recently occurred. Overall, the local network is staying quite consistent. There has been an increase, particularly in the AM peak on the State Highway 2 between Concord and Aerodrome, as we anticipate with all the growth occurring. And specific to that local area is Ocean Beach Road, Girvan to Concord, which has seen an average increase of about a minute in travel times.
Just supplementary, that information we pulled together over the weekend. So we're just presenting it to you now as an additional piece of information that wasn't available at the time of the report.
And then Councillor Morris.
Yeah, I'm just interested in the public holidays and school holidays. Is that just like an easy to understand thing, or is there a reason that the restrictions apply during those times?
There's an operational challenge because in operating the trial, we have some static signs. So it would mean, and you legally have to have them when people can go through and when they can't. So we have the flashing education sign, which is not quite as problematic. So it is an operational implication in terms of cost of changing that. And a communication challenge because people get confused when it's open and not open. So it is a discussion that was had with, I believe, the community panel and with the local community, and primarily it was just a lot of challenges sitting around that.
So notwithstanding those challenges, could we just not necessarily communicate it, but just not ticket people during school holidays and public holidays?
Through you, Madam Chair, no. The way that we sign things, we should do that and enforce on that basis. That's sort of the basis of all those sorts of things. The council has an option on spending money in order to make it clear when you're able to do that, and you can have you can go for the elite level sign, where you get to change it on that basis. But even that is somewhat problematic at times. around that communication element. So static signs are usually the way that we go, is because it's simpler for us and it's simpler for the community and the customers to understand.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if the variable speed limit signs around other schools might inform us as to safety. And I'm thinking that those are around half an hour either side of school opening or school closing around the city. We've got a number of schools. Can you tell me what's the average time that we would have a variable speed limit active outside a typical primary school in Tauranga?
I don't want to overcomplicate it. In simple terms, Councillor Morris, you're absolutely right. It's about half an hour. When we get into clusters, it could range from 45 minutes to more than an hour because of different, I beg your pardon, different starting times and finishing end of day school times. So then they just extend over the zone for a bit longer.
So for one school, if it's not in a cluster?
Yep, generally about half an hour after school or before school.
Councillor Schuler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just quickly looking at the options that are presented in option 1 or option 2. Obviously, the recommended is as per what's happening. Just looking at option 2 and if it was reduced a little bit, 7 to 10, going to 7 to 9, 2:30 to 4, it does not support the majority of local community views. Do you think if there is those hours taken off, is that going to create negative feedback, or is it really how long's a piece of string on that one?
For you, Madam Chair, it is challenging to get a balance between outcomes and local community views. We've just put that forward on the basis of the submissions or the feedback when people write to us. From a safety perspective and from an operations perspective, we're suggesting that this will still achieve, these revised timeframes could achieve the outcomes.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, do you have the latest, or what is the latest that you have for the total of fines from there over the whole period? And also if there's been more works done on it, what's the latest cost that has been spent so far on links app improvements or whatever the word was?
In terms of fines, it has reduced since July 2024. When we reduced the hours significantly, my understanding is, I haven't checked the very latest numbers, but it was less than 10 a month. And we were averaging 20 to 30 a day. So it's had a significant improvement in terms of the number of people that have been fined. In terms of the overall costs, the last part of the trial, we were allocated 1.5 million to do the speed tables and do all the improvements, and that was slightly under budget.
So would be maybe around sort of more than 5 million, less, no more than 6 million in terms of fines? Would that be a bit of a ballpark?
In terms of the total fines, I'm so sorry, Councillor Crowther, I'm going to have to go back in history and have a look,
Yeah.
but we can come back to you on that.
And do we know the cost of a variable, of 2 variable speed signs?
So the variable speed signs, depending if they have to be connected to power, is about 22, 25, 30,000 per sign,
Yeah, thank you.
I'm happy to move the recommendation with slightly adjusted times, 7:30 till 9 and 2:30 till 4, just foreshadowing that when the questions are finished.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. I'd foreshadow having a good discussion around that, because I'd like to skin the cat slightly differently.
So we have got a recommendation on the table
to move that with 7:30 till 9 and 2:30 till 4.
And I would second that. Councillor Taylor.
This is a question for staff, so before we go into discussion.
Yeah.
Thoughts on those times? Are we're still safe for the kids?
Through you, Madam Chair. Putting it this way, the times provide you a blanket of safety. Reducing them reduces that blanket. There is a risk that you're introducing by doing that. But again, the report and this council table is about balancing that and understanding of that against other concerns. And so pure safety, you are increasing the potential, but at the same time, you are balancing across different outcomes as well. So that's the cold hard truth of it.
Mahe, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, so basically I've heard a lot of feedback around this and a lot of that came on the back of when we discussed this in October. And the general feedback was, what are you doing, even considering changing this? You know, we've gone through a big process. It's now working well, and you know, don't mess with it. I also heard through that time that you know, that the main thing was not to chop and change around all the time. That people needed consistency. They needed to know what understood. But also from my time of being there and watching the morning peak, is it's actually quite quiet. You know, for most of the morning. And then between the hours of about 8 a.m. and 8:45, it's absolutely crazy with buses and kids and all sorts. So that I guess is the balancing act, and why I've tried to get those times is I think it creates a pretty good balance, that we're being as least restrictive as possible. With balancing the need to have some restrictions for that safety aspect. And you know, I ideally would like to take a pragmatic approach and not fine people you know, during school holidays and public holidays. I guess it's, you know, I don't think it's worth the amount to go and create dynamic signs and that sort of thing. I'd just like, I guess my steer would be for the council to actually just take a pragmatic view on that and stop sending out fines during those periods. And I still believe that we have the option to do that, but that's not for me to decide here, and obviously I understand the reasoning for that, being you know, just that ease, that people understand what it is and what's going on. So that is, I guess, the reason that I'm supporting this and put that motion, move that motion. And I think it strikes a nice balance between that safety, but also the less restriction. I think it's always going to be harder to go back and actually make it bigger hours than going to smaller hours. And so that's why I'm hesitant to, you know, for example, to go from 8 till 9, is I think if we decided it didn't work, it would be a lot harder to go back to 7:30. You know, if we decided we could always shift that at a later point. Thank you.
Mayor Mahe, and as the seconder, I will make a comment. I very much support the feedback that the community gave to Tauranga City Council. I met with members of the community at the school, and I think for them to organise themselves to talk to the schools, to talk to residents, I think leaflets were dropped around the area If we can get the community actually getting their own community to give us feedback, that is the way we are showing that we are enabled and enabling that community feedback. So I'm very supportive of that, that feedback being received and reported on in the way that was reported on in the report. So I also have, I've actually tried to bike through there at the times that Mayor Mahe talked on the chaoticness, and I would definitely vouch for that. I know and recognise it hasn't been a great process, and again, I'd say TCC staff, we need to learn from how we do consultation, but I think we've got to a stage where the people I'm talking to are talking very positively about the increased safety, and that's the major purpose of this. And so I am supporting this recommendation, and I agree with those slightly changed hours as moved by Mayor Mahe. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Chair. There will be, I do support the Mayor's direction in reducing the restricted hours, because we do need to balance the fact that this is a bylaw. It sits within one of our bylaws, what's it called? The traffic and parking bylaw. And so there's a principle in making those bylaws that we should adopt the least restrictive option. And so the Mayor's proposal is less restrictive than the options on the table. Where I would potentially disagree is that the variable speed limits around the city have been determined by some form of risk assessment, either nationally or locally, and that those timeframes are half an hour around the schools. And a colleague to my left said in some cases 20 minutes around pick up and drop off times. And so I wonder, I'm not going to do it by way of an amendment because no, I'm just mindful of time. Would it be agreeable for the Mayor, paying in mind that there are variable speed zones around the city and that's based on a risk assessment somewhere, it's half an hour, would the Mayor be amenable to an 8 to 9 restriction on Links Ave and a 2:30 to 3:30 restriction on Links Ave, bearing in mind that's twice the time frame that has been determined for variable speed limits. So it provides an hour buffer to get in, to get out, and it's focused on that peak time. Yes, some children will arrive earlier, some will leave later, but that chaotic time that we've had described sits well within that time frame. So would the Mayor consider that, amending his resolution to that? I'm not going to go and shoot off an amendment myself, but I'm just wondering, as the mover, would you be amenable to that?
Look, I hear what you say, and I somewhat agree. I guess my concern is, you know, as I sort of mentioned, I think it's easier to shorten the time than lengthen it. And I think, yeah, I guess my steer at the moment is let's go this. If we get the evidence or we see that we could shorten it further, you know, we could make that change at a later date. But yeah, again, 8 to 9 would only sort of be in line with what other schools are doing, because they have, you know, that half an hour or 20 minutes either side. And just seeing this firsthand, I think you want everyone out of there before 8 o'clock. That's my steer. Are you?
I agree, and I think we had a conversation earlier that if you're normally dropping your kids off at 8 o'clock and for some reason you're needing to be at work and they don't want to get the bus and you're dropping them off at 10 to 8, I'd rather that was all covered. I think the 8 o'clock crazy time, we do need to, for safety purposes, I think I'm much more comfortable with the times we've got now. Councillor Carrick.
Thank you, Councillor Morris, for your, good intention. But I'm thinking the morning peak in particular, if it's extended, the restriction is not until 8. You'll encourage rat runners to start going down that road, because I know it starts at 7-ish. So that would be my real opposition to narrowing it further than that. In the afternoon, potentially, that route does get pretty busy, but I think it's mainly the morning peak that I'd be resistant to. Regarding school holidays, we all know that traffic volumes are far lower in school holidays, so it's not an issue. And I imagine State Highway 2 would be pretty well free flowing, and that would be a deterrent to rat runners during that time anyway. So I don't think that's a real issue in terms of issuing fines over the school holidays. So that's where I'm at. I support Mayor Mahe's proposal. Thank you.
So that being the case, we have a motion on the table. I'm going to ask for a vote on that. All those in favour, please say aye. I hadn't seen your hand, sorry. Councillor Crowther.
Thank you. I sort of support the intention behind this, and I think it's a move that would, I guess, have a benefit to a number of people. I think we're sort of not really thinking through the issue very well, in the sense that ultimately the engagement that happened here was proactively from a group of people on Links Ave who reached out to council. And that's exactly how the whole thing started right back in the first place. And I think we have to look at the big picture here, which is the public transport needs and usage of that road, the safety of school kids, obviously, the alignment with other areas of the city. And I still keep coming back, and I completely agree with Councillor Morris, that there is an established process for how to deal with children's safety. Now, we may or may not agree with that, but why is it treated so differently here to a much more statistically dangerous area, which is Windsor Road, with 3 schools, 2 preschools right around it? They have been lobbying the council for 20 years and have got nothing out of this. And we've had deaths, we've had serious injuries, and we've had other injuries. All the council has done is removed the cycle lane. So here we go to the other extreme, where, yeah, I am talking about this. So here we go to the other extreme, and the consequence of this is to, through the own data that we've got from our council, is to have a significant impact on thousands of people travelling at peak time in the morning. The afternoon improved massively when this trial didn't affect the afternoon peak travel period. But for the morning peak travel period, it has a very significant impact. The point of what the community has been calling for is to actually have proper engagement with the council. The community liaison group was sidelined from it. There's been attempts to run public meetings about it. So I suspect it's a lost cause, but I would propose an amendment which can be seen as an additional item. It doesn't have to contradict what is being done there, which is to carry out a wider, low-cost community engagement to seek more feedback on the best long-term approach to Links Ave, including a public meeting promoted by a nil-cost email and social media promotion, informed by safety data and updated travel time analysis, and also inviting Bay Plenty Regional Council to participate. And the point behind it is to actually add to this proposal the very thing that this community has been asking for years now. So if I have a seconder for that.
Happy to second that.
Okay. So speaking to the amendment, I'm happy to lead it personally. I think other elected members may wish to jump on board and do that. I don't think we have to soak up a whole lot of staff time. I think, there are a number of established networks in the area. I've gone and visited a number of people who live on Links or Ascot or in nearby areas. The view actually, interestingly, came from a number of them was to do 8 to 9 as Councillor Morris proposed. And I think they were saying 2:30 to 3:30. So there is a lot of nuance in this, and I think we miss it when we just do a sort of a blunt decision in a council meeting without actually going out as a team and engaging at the level that this community has asked for. So it doesn't have to be an expense. It doesn't have to change anything else in that resolution, but it actually adds something which, if necessary, I'd be happy to do it with potentially with Councillor Kurak, who's seconding it. But I don't see a great cost to council. Whatever we end up deciding, we're going to have to deal with the long-term issues, which include the bus travel and the congestion on the network.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Kurak, apologies.
Thank you, Chairman. Chair. I seconded it because from what I heard, we won't be doing it justice simply to support the recommendations as they are without double checking with our community, particularly the affected community and the affected wider community about the proposal. I think we need to nail this finally, because there's been a lot of toing and froing and causing a lot of frustration in the community. So the last thing I want is to adopt a solution for the long term that doesn't work for a lot of people, and potentially we could get a good outcome from further engagement. And I would be happy to support you, Councillor Crowther, in terms of organising that meeting and hearing from the community. And I think the resolutions up there, I mean, they should be perhaps subject to this before to just sit. Okay, just sorry if you're amending it, so just as original. So that's my view. I think we need to get this right, and further engagement would be helpful.
Yeah, I personally don't support this amendment, and the reason being is, this was a fraught process. I think there's been a lot of lessons to learn from it, but the overwhelming feedback that I have had is while the process wasn't good, we've got to a point that is working well, and there's no reason to change that. I think going out to engagement on something that we have potentially fairly well got a decision. I think you can get to a point that is you become a little bit disingenuous, because and I think it's also important, like we talked about that 7th Ave, the views of the people that are directly affected by that is a more powerful voice than and I've seen some of the feedback on this. It's people that don't actually understand the issue. In some of the posts I've seen on social media, and they're sort of commenting on things that potentially they don't understand. So I very much support engagement and consultation overall. I just think in this issue, it has been a fraught process, but they've got to a solution that works. And I don't think there's a reason to break that. If we get overwhelming submissions that the times could change, etc., happy to look at that. But I don't support this.
So I'm going to put this amendment. That's what I'm allowed to do, eh? Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Give me an inch and I'll take them off, Madam Chair. I am going to speak against the amendment, and the reason why I'm doing that is because for it to be meaningful, the other resolutions have to be subservient to it, in my view. I don't detect an appetite around the table for those resolutions to be subservient to resolution E. Therefore, I don't support E. If it was conditional upon the engagement, then out of principle, I would support it. But I do acknowledge the balance in that, in trying to get colleague support. Perhaps the member is seeking to let resolutions A to F go and then do the engagement to get broad support, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And I respect that. But from a principled position, if you're going out to consult, you need to be willing to change. And I don't detect that there is a lot of willingness to change beyond what is on the table, because there has been a discussion around the need to land this and to provide long-term certainty for the community. And I do respect that point. So therefore, I do not support the amendment for that reason.
Want to speak again, move up quickly?
I guess my response is that if we're not open to do what our community wants, then I think we've reached a very sad state, because this is one of the absolute issues of the election campaign, of the, had a Liberate Links Ave campaign. You've had one of the biggest of feedback. It dwarfs the Marine Precinct, dwarfs the 7th Avenue thing. It is one of the single biggest issues that has led to a low trust for Tauranga City Council. There are people across the city who are fired up about this still. And you can tell by the discussion today that we've only just touched the surface of some absolutely fundamental issues that are not being addressed by this council. We have got a major problem with our public transport network going through there. If we're not even talking about it in a meeting, I think we're just trying to fob this off. So the idea of this is not to try to disrespect the views of this elected council. It's to say, in addition to it, it is that we will have a genuine community engagement, which we will absolutely try to promote to the community why we're doing this, the logic behind it, and try to win over that support, which I think council desperately needs. And if they say quite clearly that they don't want that, then we will have to, in my view, go back and reassess. But that's not, the goal is not to predetermine what happens. The goal is to actually give people finally, after years, the chance to have their say, not just to take 49 proactive responses from some people who probably read the room better than the other people on Ocean Beach and Golf and all the other roads, including the people who fed back to me from Lynx and Ascot, who have a different view.
Thank you for sharing that, Councillor Crowther. I very much disagree that the engagement hasn't happened. I will repeat again, I think that when the community itself decides to do engagement across its community and feeds that back into the into TCC in a manner that they've done, I support Mayor Mahe's comments. I've been out in the community and I'm only hearing positive safety issues with this happening, and I really don't feel that it's something we're not doing well as councillors. We are consulting, we are going out there. So I will, with that, I'm going to put this amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Hands up, please. Yeah. All those in favour of the amendment, please say aye. All those against? The amendment is lost. I'll go back to the substantive. And we've got a mover and seconder. I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands and say aye. All those against? Carried. Thank you, and we will take a break for 20 minutes. We will resume at 12:04. Thank you. councillors. Thank you, councillors, and we've now got 8.5 Main Streets monitoring report for the period 1 July to 31st of December 2024. And welcome to those from the Main Streets. Do we say that? Yep. From Main Streets here. And so I believe we are going to have a presentation first, or we're going to have Greerton Village Community Association current chair. Have I got the right names? Rebecca Busby and incoming chair Cameron Templar. Welcome. So we've given 7 minutes for each of you, including questions, if you're happy with that. Thank you.
Cool. Good morning, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the Greerton Business Association. My name is Cameron Templar, and I'm a board member, and I'm joined by our chair, Rebecca Busby. Over the last 6 months, GBA has been working hard to support local businesses, and today I'll provide a concise update on our progress and future plans. Key topics I'll be discussing today are our digital presence, community events and initiatives, business developments, strategic planning, and member engagement. Digital presence. We have successfully launched a modernised website, improving user experience and access to business and community information. Enhanced business database makes it easier for residents and visitors to engage with local businesses and events. Social media efforts have expanded through a contracted manager and regular photography, capturing the essence of Greerton. Our December Christmas campaign was a major success, reaching 140,000 unique users and generating 300,000 impressions, increasing visibility across Tauranga. Community events and initiatives. Despite the weather challenges, our Christmas events strengthened community engagement. Santa in the Square brought festive joy. Random acts of Christmas saw businesses shopping, Jesus, sorry, this keeps moving. Am I meant to be out there? Thanks, Rick. Santa in the Square brought festive joy. Random acts of Christmas saw businesses surprising shoppers with gifts. And the Cool Christmas Cash promotion generated 80,000 in transactions with 1,620 entries. Counting all these receipts took a significant amount of time, so we're very thankful the council is funding the majority of the market spend initiative. I'm looking forward to that meeting tomorrow to iron out boundaries, etc. Business developments. Key developments include the opening of Fresh Choice at the former Countdown site, providing stability for businesses and residents. Profiles Gym has launched, offering extensive fitness options, while Crunch and Bites adds to Greerton's diverse dining scene. These openings enhance Greerton's appeal and economic vitality. Strategic planning. The board is in an ongoing review phase in light of recent changes and in the coming months, once our new Main Street manager is in post, the updated direction will be rolled out. The planning phase will be in advance of the 30th June deadline, with a new board being established 24th March. Our first full board meeting will be run as a workshop provided by a third party dealing with compliance to ensure we meet our funding obligations. The revisions of our strategic plan are largely in response to opinions canvassed, and the revisitation is to ensure our goals align with the evolving needs of our businesses. This includes reassessing our traditional events to enhance their inclusivity and relevance, with plans for new initiatives that will appeal to a broader audience of residents and visitors. It is also very clear that security and safety in Greerton is the current #1 priority of our members, so this will be a large focus of ours going forward. Member engagement. Connecting directly with members remains a top priority. We have expanded our database inquiries to gather insights on event preferences, cultural backgrounds, and business needs. In response to feedback, we've restored the Cherry Blossom Festival's original name recognising the importance of accessibility and tradition. Newsletters have been revamped to provide relevant updates, including policy changes affecting businesses. And in closing, Greaton continues to thrive as a dynamic community hub, and the GVA remains committed to fostering business growth and success. We appreciate the Council's ongoing support and look forward to continued collaboration. Thank you to Kendall, Community Safety and Engagement, Community Patrol, and our members for ongoing support. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. If I get any questions, Councillor Taylor.
Thanks for coming in this morning. Been a pretty rocky 6 months for Greaton Main Street, I think. Are we getting to the point where we're settling down, new manager on the horizon and that sort of stuff? Is it?
Yeah, so we have been advertising for the new role and we'll be interviewing hopefully this Friday and next Monday with the candidates we've chosen, but we're over the period of the rocky situation.
Thank you. And I think some of the statistics you're talking about in terms of strengthening community engagement, aligning with your business members' needs, and focusing on areas like security and safety that they're saying are important to them are really important. So it's positive. I think at the end we're probably going to ask a little bit about how Main Streets actually ensure that they utilise or leverage the knowledge they're gathering from their individual communities, and to make sure that that we all have a view on what your scope is across the community and what other initiatives are doing. So that was a really good outline. Thank you very much.
Cool, thank you.
And I welcome Main Street Tauranga Manager Genevieve Whitson.
It's working, yes. Hi, councillors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I just wanted to check if my presentation is going to pop up. Okay. Just wait 1 second. Well, firstly, my name is Genevieve and I'm the manager for Downtown Tauranga. So, Downtown Tauranga, we've got a good thing coming. Then versus now, if you look at this slide here, you can see the progress from where we were and obviously to where we're heading. So I'm going to take it that you've all read our report and I won't do any background on the new business model. So today I'm going to focus on our successes, challenges, and looking forward. Next slide. So our vision for the city centre is to be the best city centre in New Zealand. It's definitely an ambitious vision, but we really think it's possible. But what does that mean? So to us, that means a city centre for everyone that caters for anybody and what they're into, such as arts, culture, science, foodie, fashion, innovation, or sport. We like the idea that your city centre is your playground, and everything that we're doing at the moment is basically working towards this vision that we see for the city centre. Next slide. So in the last 6 months, we've had some really good wins around governance and board. We've recruited 7 new board members. Never in the history of Downtown Tauranga have we ever had this many people show interest. Usually we get 1 or 2 people that put their hand up to be on the board. So to get 7 people is fantastic because it takes us to full capacity at 12, and it means we've got a really, really good cross-section of skills on the board. And for the second year in a row, we've had 40 plus attendees at our AGM, which is also showing increased interest and also a sense of trust forming in the city centre. Next slide. So in terms of marketing and promotions, we're getting some really great traction nationally with turning the narrative around for the city centre. This has been supported by a collab film we did with the Tara film. If you haven't seen it, have a look on our website. It's only 1 minute long, but it's a great little reel for promoting the city centre and also Tauranga, the wider region. And this has had a reach of 68,000 across the country, with Wellingtonians showing the most engagement to date. Now, those stats have probably increased because that information I got was back in January, but I'm just waiting for that to be updated. We're also playing it at Lux Cinema, so now every time somebody comes into the city centre and they go to the movies, we get extra promotion. I've had some great feedback from people. We're also supporting the city centre by being featured on Neat Places. So this is a nationwide marketing platform that has a reach of around about 185,000 a month, covering food, drinks and retail. So since we've been on it, we've had a reach of over 200,000 across New Zealand. And I've had feedback from businesses in the city centre saying that this is supporting extra revenue and extra traffic for them. So we're looking to extend the contract potentially for another year and get more businesses in the city centre on there. Next slide. Santa's Grotto, activating a vacant space. So building on the success of 2023, we delivered a Southern Hemisphere Santa's Grotto, which included a mural by local artist Millie Pidwell. This was awesome because we hired the space for 3 months, so it supported activating a vacant space, and we were able to use it as a space for the public to view the artwork being done in November. Then it turned into a grotto for December, and then in January we turned it into a wellness space, working with health quarters. The space as well, being 41 Devonport Road, was far more strategic than Grey Street. So we saw higher foot traffic numbers in there. Last year, the grotto had 200 plus kids a day, which was a 32% increase from the attendance in 2023. And now we're considering a location for the mural long term, which we're hoping to relocate somewhere in the city centre. We also got some really good media for the grotto with Newsbeat, What's on Tauranga and Bay of Plenty Times. Next slide. So while things are going relatively well with downtown Tauranga, I'd say that probably one of our biggest challenges at the moment is resources. We've definitely got the right business model in place, but we need to get the structure within that correct. There are 597 businesses in the city centre being supported by a team of 1.5 people, as well as 12 voluntary board members. So at times our resources are stretched a little bit thin, and we probably feel like we're doing everything at about 80% instead of 100%. What we're now considering is further administration support and also contracting out some events, just so that we can really support the city centre businesses to how they deserve to be supported. And also considering that we might be looking at a boundary expansion in the coming years. Next slide. So in progress projects, the big one for us is our strategic plan. This is our strategy consultant. At the moment, it's going back to the board next week for final tweaks, and then it's going to be going out to our businesses for consultation before we have a final draft, a final document to send to TCC. And the other big one for us to consider right now is expanding our boundaries. So the boundaries were set 20 years ago, and they just do not fit in anymore with where we're heading. We currently go from First Ave, but it's only half of First Ave, which is a bit silly, right up to Harrington Street. So we really need to consider whether or not it might be worth going as far as Fifth Ave. This isn't a quick fix. We're currently working with Kendall Sullivan at Council to consider the process for this, and we realise it will also have a period of consultation with businesses in and outside the bounded area. Okay, next slide. So for this reporting period, unfortunately, we don't have the revenue data to be able to comment on. I understand that you're all aware of the challenge around that, and I'd like to say thank you for your support to be able to continue having that going forward. It's absolutely critical for our roles. But what I will do is just focus a little bit on the foot traffic we do have for Devonport Road. So in December last year, particularly between the week of the 16th to the 22nd, we had a good spike of 6% on Devonport Road. And that also coincided with our biggest week at the Grotto and the recent waterfront playground, which had opened the previous week. And I'd like to commend all of you on the waterfront playground. It has been such a success story, and we have been receiving emails from the public saying thank you. So I just wanted to pass that back. And then finally, just to note our financials, we're in a much better financial position in terms of how we are allocating spending money and where that's going. It's tracking well, and I'd like to say thank you for giving me the chance to report today if anyone's got any questions.
Thank you very much, Genevieve. Any questions? Thanks, Councillor Kurak.
Thank you, Genevieve. Regarding the targeted rate on your members, that's purely on the value, obviously, of the property. But when you drill down and look at, say, a legal office compared to a lifestyle small retail, and, you know, the rates proportional on their business activity, profits, revenue generation. How do your members feel? Because I can feel some of the more, you know, lifestyle, smaller retail shop would find it a lot more difficult to not saying it's a burden for them, but would feel that bill coming in and their rates for Main Street a lot more than, say, a larger legal office proportionally earning a lot more. Do you talk about that?
No, I actually agree with you. So I think considering we are looking at a boundary expansion, that would absolutely have to be considered further in light of that, because you are right, there's a real difference in terms of the size of some offices or, you know, places in the city centre versus something else. So it is something that the board and I are aware of and are considering.
Shula.
You've got a pretty big tenant moving into your inside your boundaries pretty soon, so hopefully you hit them for the targeted rate. But you also just mentioned about the stretched resources and having to potentially contract out or do, you know, I mean, in terms of, I know it's not an ideal situation, but what are the sort of things that, you know, might have to change, or, you know, and what are the risks to you for that?
Yeah, so the main one is probably the amount of events we do. I've come to understand that that events it's a huge space. What we've started doing is focusing on a couple of events. So I really like the idea that Downtown Tauranga owns and manages, you know, a Christmas in the city centre and Matariki. I think it's worth us considering contracting out smaller events like mini activations around school holidays, and just the smaller events. And also too, if we contract them out, I want to be contracting them to local people in the city centre, or keeping it at least regional, because I think that again supports putting more revenue back into the city centre. And in light of TCC coming into the city centre, we are really excited, because that's like an extra 800 staff that will be walking around and hopefully utilising all the cafes and restaurants and retail.
Just made sure the boss was hearing that, yes. Thank you very much, Genevieve. And again, it's great seeing the activations happening. It's great to hear that you're getting that engagement from your members. And it's great seeing the progress that you're seeing in the city, and that's impacting you and your members. And we're also seeing that vibrancy is such an important part. So thank you for sharing with us.
Oh, thank you very much.
And now we've got, I welcome Harris Williams talking about Mount Business Association.
Check 1 and 2. Right, morning everyone. A few familiar faces here, so good to see you all again. As mentioned, my name's Harris Williams. I'm the new Business Improvement Manager for Mount Maunganui Main Street. Officially a month into the role on my own after a swift and concise handover, but really excited moving forward to strengthen the relationship between the Mount Business Association with Council, and hopefully work together to achieve some really fantastic outcomes for our Mount Maunganui community. So without further ado, I'll jump right into it. So a 6-month overview. Firstly, I want to touch upon the footfall. So as you can see from the graph up on the screen, compared with 2023 footfall data, you can see a substantial improvement in total foot traffic during off-peak months. Off-peak is basically what we conclude is outside of that sort of Christmas summer period, but we see a substantial raise there between 2023 and 2024. What we want to put this down to is some incredible work that our business association has been undertaking, especially last year from July. The most impressive of these were a few events that we put on, namely the Winter Carnival. This had thousands in attendance and really brought some life and vibe and experience into Mount Main Street during those winter months. So micro activations and a big event were basically what we think really increase that footfall traffic. Also to mention our social media presence. Really fantastic. Casey, who is our social media manager, put some great promotional activity of what's on in Mount Maunganui, really selling the experience. We've got some fantastic retail, hospitality, food and beverage offerings. So telling that story, putting that stuff out through our social media channels has been really pivotal, I think, in creating a story for people to come down and experience the Mount. Crime and disorder. Summer saw a big reduction actually in logged events or serious offences. We set out last year to really improve our security streamlining and communication. One such tactic was to set up a community WhatsApp chat specifically for security. This has created some really robust communication between our members in the main street. So basically something happens, it's reported upon in our WhatsApp depending on the severity. We can swiftly follow up with our community constable, Mark Saunders. He's fantastic, incredibly hands-on, really active in our local community. I can't stress the importance of that. If something goes wrong, someone's broken into, Mark's there the next day talking to them and really, I think, creating that sense of safety and swift response. So we've seen a reduction, I think, swifter communication and enforcement has been a massive reason for that. An exciting new direction for Mount Main Street, not just myself, but we have Ray Baker, who's also come on board. I'll talk about her soon. We're in the midst of redefining our annual plan at the moment and finalising that. We signed off last year on a new brand strategy, which has since been undertaken. We're really excited to see what comes out of the new people joining and the new potential direction we aim to be taking for Mount Main Street, and can't wait to be sharing that with you when it's ready to hit the ground running. Quick financial overview. Next slide, please, Jen, I believe, or there we go, to your right, your left. So we recorded a net loss of 32,768 for the 2024 calendar year. This was a result of approved spending of our built up funds. So these funds have essentially been reallocated to the aforementioned Ray Baker, who has come on board and is under contract as essentially tasked with finding external funding opportunities for Mount Main Street. We are really pleased with this investment in terms of growing Mount Main Street's capacity to potentially pull in new funds, new capital to reinvest into meaningful initiatives and really grow our capacity in that space. Growing the position of my role from part-time to full-time, for example. We really hope that with Ray on board, we can achieve some of those outcomes from a monetary perspective. Placemaking outcomes. So next slide, please. This is coming up, as mentioned. I am 4 weeks into the role, so I really want to have a future focus here. Jazz Week we have coming up. This is a massive activation for Mount Main Street on the 21st of April, Easter Monday. We're going to have the big activation in the Mount there. What we've also organised are a series of micro activations alongside Jazz Week. So we will be having music playing in at least one of our venues for the entire Jazz Week. This is, of course, going to be cross-promoted across our channels and with the Jazz Week marketing team. We see this as a great quick win opportunity, basically, to really extend out the value of the events collaborators that we work with, to not just have a single day where people are coming to the Mount, but extending that over a longer period, which is obviously great wins for our businesses. Matariki, we'll have the 3D sculpture trail happening again in June in Takataka Park. This was great last year. We want to see that continue. We also want to explore further initiatives we can deliver alongside our Matariki partners to create a vibrant street atmosphere. Favours of Plenty is underway. This is a great ongoing relationship between us and T-Bop. We are supplying 4 free food trail maps for Main Street hospitality throughout the festival, which is going to be a choose your own culinary adventure. And we are the only event to get a double page in our festival booklet. So we're really proud of that relationship with T-Bop. And we're looking at a lot of micro activations as well. April holidays, we're getting a curly rink in, bring people into town, chance around with curling. If any of you have families of your own, Hortup, I know you have 3 young ones, bring them down. Easter as well, we've got some Easter activations, of course, and looking to work alongside Pride Month and really collaborating with them in the initiatives that they're using on our Main Street. Next slide, please. I want to jump into some policy outcomes quickly. I'll work through these quickly, but we've put our submission forward on the proposed draft for alcohol licensing fees. We have a strong position on that, especially with the consultation that took place. We would like to see that redressed. I'm happy to answer questions about that and some of the feelings of the Main Street with respect to that in the hospitality sector. License to occupy, some of this has since been changed. I believe a more recent agreement came out, so we're working on a submission for that, but we can't wait to submit feedback around that. I've talked with the parking management team. I believe they'll be presenting on March 24th regarding potentially reopening engagement for the parking management plan. It's our position that we'd like to see this advanced because we have a bunch of feedback we'd like to give to council, really constructive about ways forward that we see for the use of parking, especially in Mount Maunganui. Other policy objectives, we have great places and spaces like Port of Takataka Park and Coronation Park. Now, I've been given wind of potential upgrades to these spaces that I believe have been deferred in the past. This coincides with what we believe is sort of rundown lights, bins, and service ways in our main street. I just really want to reiterate the importance of Mount Maunganui as basically not just a commercial location, but there's cultural and community significance here. We want to make sure that Mount Maunganui moving forward, especially with our annual plan, continues to see investment. That's so important. And we really want to work closely with you guys to make sure that a few sort of key objectives that we'd like to see could be delivered across the line in the short-term future. So that concludes my presentation. Any questions, please?
Thank you very much, Harris. Councillor Correct.
Thank you, Harris. Excellent presentation, and congratulations on your appointment. You'll have some challenges, as you all do, but you're very privileged because you have so many people in the peak season dumped on your doorstep. So
yes,
you must be the envy of other main streets. But you asked for it, so here it is.
Yep.
Parking.
Parking. Yes.
Yeah, you asked for a question around parking.
Yeah. Well, yes, I can absolutely elaborate. So, I mean, one such example is angled parking, which has been discussed between Banks Ave and I believe Tawa Street. They are currently not angled, and I think that the implementation of that, I believe the only significant infrastructural change would be minimising the island that runs in between the centre there to fit within guidelines. But we see this as a quick win solution that would open up, for example, I believe up to 40 or 50 parks in that space, which has, I think, very significant quick win commercial outcomes for our businesses and getting more people in there. So that's one such example. Other things also include the time allocation for many of our parks and more aligned to the consumer habits of people that visit the destination. For example, 60 minutes is very quick, especially if you want to go in and maybe grab a drink and then work your way around the main street. Re-looking at how time enforcement is implemented, I think would gain, better commercial outcomes again for our members and consumer habits more specifically. So there's two such examples.
Yeah, just to follow up on that. So if we were to invest in car parking, are you prepared to pay?
That's a fantastic question, Mahi. That is not up for me to answer right here and now. That is absolutely something that would be at the whim of our members and the people of whom I represent. What we hope is, again, with this parking management plan, whatever initiatives were being posed and put forward, we'd like to involve ourselves in a very extensive consultation process to give, I guess, really clear-cut answers on what we would be prepared or not prepared to do, I guess, from a Main Street perspective. But we want to open that dialogue and have a discussion and get some things moving forward.
Just to clarify, that would be paid parking, not you paying for it. So
yes.
Yeah.
Councillor Baker.
Very good political response there, Harris. Firstly, congratulations on becoming a papa, and it's good to see 4 months in that you're awake, which is choice. My question, and I don't want a political answer, I want a straight up honest one.
Mm-hmm.
Where's your favourite place to eat in the Mount? Let's put you on record right now.
Can I say all of them? Honestly, I do love a good pizza at Reader's. Yeah.
Councillor Taylor.
Just a question on Jazz Week, did you call it?
Yes.
How does that connect with the Jazz Festival that's been run in the city? And is it connected?
Connected from the perspective of, so we, in terms of our investment, it is what specifically pertains to the festival on the Monday in Mount Maunganui, in terms of, I guess, the interconnectivity with the event in the CBD. Is a question that unfortunately I wouldn't be able to give at this stage. I think purely because of the nature of being so new into the role and understanding the specific relationship between our relationship with Jazz Week and how it maybe the broader significance to Tauranga.
I guess why I asked the question is that obviously the business in the CBD, they pay a big chunk of cash to operate under the Jazz Festival weekend.
Yes.
You know, it'd be interesting to see whether the Mount is coattailing that. That's probably my question.
Gotcha. Yeah, no worries.
I believe they are part of the Jazz Festival. It is part of the event, so.
Thank you very much, Harris. And I think just in terms of your comments, and I think, you know, just the three we've had so far and notwithstanding Papamoa we're going to have, but great to see the energy. Congrats on the new role. I can say just from the response I've had from the community about Mark Saunders being involved. In actual fact, I was in the police car with him doing the food bank drive, and he's just so involved in it. That's exactly what we need on the ground. And so yeah, great to see the activations you're looking to have. So thank you very much.
No worries. All right. Thank you very much.
And now we've got Julia Mankdalo. Hopefully I've said that correctly, with Papamoa Unlimited. Welcome, Julia.
Thank you, Jen. Good morning. I won't make you spell it this first time. Is that still drowning your ears? Can you hear that high pitch?
That's good.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. Sorry about that. Let's see what's happened there. Kendall, are you able to load my presentation on the screen? Oh, no, it's going to let me. One moment. Awesome. Is that displaying for you on screen?
Yes, it is.
Perfect. Good morning. Yes, again, sorry about that loud pitch there. Good old technology, and thank you very much for allowing me to be joining you online this morning. As mentioned, my name is Julia Mankdalo, and I have been the Town City Manager for Papamoa for the past 7 years. So we'll take a quick look back at how the last 6 months has played out for us in Papamoa. So looking at our KPIs from the 1st of July to the 30th of June, we're looking at to enhance event participation, promote transparency and awareness, and expand member engagement, whilst looking into launch a comprehensive website for our ratepayers within the Papamoa district. Transparency and awareness is a big thing for us out here in Papamoa. We're really working on strengthening those relationships that we have with our key stakeholders. An example of this was being able to bring them into our recent campaign where we took out New Zealand's choicest suburb, but allowing those ratepayers to have that space to offer a promotional element alongside what we're doing to promote the destination itself. We've also been working quite closely with Kendall and her team as we look to expand both membership engagement and the boundaries for our ratepayer zone. In 2014, when Papamoa was established, it used to be just a main road up to the Holiday Park, into Gravitt Road, and Fashion Island area was what was recognised as Papamoa. But as we know now, the population has grown over 36,600 with a $1 billion development to come down the end of the line. So we're looking to reach out and gain more members inside it, so we're able to bring more to the Papamoa area as a destination. As mentioned, one of the goals that we're working on at the moment is shifting some of the budget allocation and stepping more into a comprehensive website. Our friends up the road, both as you can see the Mount Maunganui example here and downtown Tauranga, have really beautiful collaborative websites that showcase the businesses that sit under that umbrella. Given that our targeted charter is much different to the other towns, this is something that we're wanting to step into as we move towards that transparency and our boundary. So we're just looking into key website matrix at the moment, building that into our strategic planning and looking to showcase Papamoa stronger moving forward. So over the past 6 months, we've had the Papamoa Centre Parade, which we had a superhero theme. You'll see my daughter sitting up there with Santa and the solar system that we built at home. So each year and parade we build in a different theme so that we're able to get more engagement from the local businesses, charities and organisations that align with us. We had over 20,000 attendees with incredible feedback across the board. And again, I would say this would be our highest calibre of floats to date. Everyone really got into the superhero theme and we saw some real stars come out of our community. So you would have seen if you follow me on LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram, I was pushing pretty hard. Treasury Property ran a national competition for New Zealand's 49th suburb. Papamoa was recognised as a finalist inside of that, so we pushed the heck out of it down here, taking out 49% of the votes, which is over 57,000. We won a free community event, which you'll see my good friend Steve taking the certificate home for us. We had haka from Papamoa Primary, which is very significant to our town centre and how we like to be represented. And you'll see at the top there, I built a Hollywood Hills style sign for Papamoa, which we used all of the local sports clubs logos inside of each one to showcase what makes out Papamoa and that's community. Massive national coverage of that one. So we had TVNZ breakfast live from the Papamoa Surf Club on the Wednesday prior to the event. And on the Friday, we had the drive show from the Edge radio station live from our surf club. And I think what's really great about having it up at the surf club is that we're really able to represent Papamoa in its greatest light. The surf club is a big part of the Papamoa community. It saves lives on the daily, and we have 16 kilometres of beautiful, pristine coastline. So it was really great to see so many members of the community that had not been to the surf club be able to receive their first tour through there as well. So recently we've just been second year in a row for Best Community Event for Manawatia Amatariki, which we hold through Te Ara o Wairaki Stormwater Trail in Papamoa. Last year we saw over 40,000 people through our beautiful trail. So we're really stoked to be able to have that in the finalist category for the Tech Awards next month. This is a little bit of an odd one for me today. So I've actually just ended my contract with Papamoa. I've had a beautiful 7-year journey here. I'm really proud to have grown it from 3 to 4 grassroots events to 2 major events, which now are grabbing national spotlight. I feel like I'm doing a John Key and leaving on a great high. So to have had Papamoa recognised as New Zealand's closest suburb is an accolade that I'm very proud to have driven towards over my 7-year tenure. I'd love to thank all of the key stakeholders at Council. I'd love to thank Leah Sutton and David Hill, who have been the chair of our board over the past 7 years. Kendall Sullivan has been incredible to work alongside, and I'd also like to thank all of the different town centres for consistently being able to collaborate and come together to create great initiatives for the region. This hasn't been a choice I made lightheartedly, but it's time for me to step back, pass the flame on to someone who's ready to come and take over my boots and step back into focusing on my full-time job. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for entertaining my wild ideas and letting us do what we do out in Papamoa. And that's really show our collaborative and consistent approach.
Thank you very much, Julia, and congratulations on being New Zealand's #1 suburb. We did certainly hear quite a lot about that from Councillor Morris, and I have a feeling we'll continue to hear about it. And again, just in terms of strengthening relationships, getting community buy-in, getting in community involvement. So well done on your tenure and best of luck going forward. Are there any other questions for Julia? Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Chair, and very sorry to see you go, Julie. Thank you for the momentum that you have really put behind Papamoa Unlimited and the events that we all enjoy today. It really sets the bar for the other main streets and the other suburbs in the city, in my humble opinion. The question I have around that is, how's the succession planning going? Because it's really key that we don't lose the momentum that you've brought to the organisation.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that comment, Steve. I really appreciate it. It's been great working alongside you. Obviously, it's going to be hard for me to let go. So I'll work really closely with Leah to make sure that we have a smooth transition handover from myself to the project. I know that they do have their eyes on someone in line, so hopefully that should be quite a smooth transition. I have been doing some early planning for Matariki, so I will look to hand that over to the new event manager, but Papamoa will always be home, so I'll always be a phone call or down the road for a coffee for the new person, as I want to see Papamoa shine moving forward.
Thanks, Julia. Thank you very much. And so thank you to all the main streets, really good presentations. And again, just one comment is please leverage the expertise you've got within each of your organisations. We really do want to, and the other organisations that are doing complementary things around the city. What we want to do is to make sure we are being able to put our best foot forward as one team, I guess, for Tauranga. But thank you for your contributions and keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, thanks, Julia. So we have a motion on the table, which we can bring up. You may question me.
Question, Madam Chair. Through you to the Tauranga City Council staff. Each of our Main Street boards have all got to prepare their accounts, and there's a lot of, to your point, Madam Chair, a lot of things that perhaps they could collaborate on, or perhaps we could help them to collaborate on. So my question is, how do we support Main Streets with some of those regular costs that they all have, which they're all attending to currently individually? Is that something that we have considered?
Kendall can probably answer more specifically, but it's something we'd be more than happy to ask them in terms of what support we could provide that would be useful.
Welcome, Kendall.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we have a quarterly Main Streets collaboration meeting where we all come together and we all discuss where there's opportunities to collaborate as organisations. I think it's probably important to consider, though, that the Main Streets are independent organisations to council, so they operate independently, and they're also funded by that specific boundary of commercial ratepayers. And so there will be an element of absolutely wanting to collaborate, but also an expectation by their members that the money that they put into their organisation is spent back, in the area in which contributes to that. So that's important to consider as well. But yes, we've had conversations around audit, for example. If all 4 Main Streets use the same auditor, could there be an opportunity for cost savings there, that kind of thing. But yes, just recognising that they're also independent.
Okay, we've got a recommendation on the table. I'm happy to move it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Taylor, thank you. Any discussion? Wonderful. Okay, I'll ask all of those in favour, please say aye. And against? Carried. Thank you very much. We're now moving to 8.6, Tauranga Business Chamber and Annual Report for SEBA Funding and Chamber Update. Welcome, Matt Cowley.
Hello, thank you. We'll kick straight into it. I hate to keep you from lunch. So with me is Roz, Head of Growth and Innovation from the Chamber. Next slide. Do I have the slide control? No, someone else does. Okay, cool. This is just a quick overview of everything that the chamber does for our team of 5. We do a lot of things. And the main thing is just we've got the eyes and ears of the business community with the #1 business ranking website and a lot of eyeballs on it too. So we come together. We obviously have a lot of advocacy, but we're really about fostering that community. Next slide. This is where I will introduce Roz to talk about our overall total contracts, not just the TCC one.
Hi, thank you. Yes, so I've been working in our business support contracts team that's administered out of the chamber now for 8 years. We have 3 parts to that. You will see from the slide there that the first column is the startup early stage support, which is the TCC contract. And that's instrumental, obviously, for those that are thinking about going into business and need that advice and support on how to structure a business and all the elements that go into starting a business today. Also, we support through that contract that early stage business. So coming to that second year of growth, second year of trading, a lot of challenges come into play because you've got taxes and whatnot that come into play as well. We also have our growth business support service, which is administered through the Regional Business Partnership contract. And that is for us to support that fast track business growth for the government. And then we administer the Callaghan Innovation Support Services as well, which is in the process getting handed over to MB, but we deliver those. So what we do in that contract is we fast track that commercialisation piece. So you can see that the sort of 3 pillars of that business support is instrumental in the growing our local economy, as well as it benefits obviously our overall economy as well. And which I thought we'd just talk about one of our businesses, SIOS, who's a aerospace business based in Mount Maunganui. This business came through SEBA, so through the TCC contract. Was Sam and Cameron that started Invico. And SIOS was spun out of this. So Invico Technologies is still working, which is conversation. And then SIOS spun out of this as well, which is drones and aerospace. So these were two founders that started in a garage. And came to us through the TC to the chamber, and we came through SEBA for how do we start a business. We've got onto a good thing here, developing a product, but now what do we do? How do we start up a business? So came through that. As they grew, the very fast growth company then came through our regional business partnership contract to help support that growth, and subsequently through innovation to fast track that commercialisation piece. They're a rapid growth business that are based in Mount Maunganui, and as a result of all of the contracts are now a $50 million plus business, and their revenue is reported to treble by the next financial year. They now employ 100 full-time employees, and they will be up to 150 full-time employees for the next financial year. So they're one of our golden girls, so to speak, that just to showcase the value that these business support contracts do have.
Great, and so this is reporting on our KPIs for the last financial year. So you'll see a note, I think it's point 10 in your agenda report, that there were, it wasn't, this KPI wasn't counting the emails and the phone calls and other things that we provide support. It was just that 1 hour long meeting. We weren't tracking those phone calls and emails. However, we are tracking them now because they are included in that annual KPI, which we are exceeding. And of course, as you know, it was a tough time to be in business over the last 2 years, but a great time to be a salaried employee, of which there were a number of people that were leaving their sole traded jobs and moving into finding salaried employment. Plus, there were a lot of other initiatives that the government was throwing out, like Digital Boost, which we were corralling people to get that done, as that was an 8-week program of digital enablement, which we focused on. And the city centre, so in mid-2023, Tauranga City Council staff, who are very proactive and good with us, they asked us to say, look, can we provide just some quick wins in terms of some capability support for those in the city centre, to which they said, here's a problem. I think for the total contract was worth 20 grand. So what could we do with 20 grand? We decided, we assumed on the back of the highly successful NBIE COVID program that we administered that had thousands of businesses engage with us, we didn't think it would be any trouble getting 150 businesses to engage with us through the city. We thought we would be oversubscribed, but we actually had to prioritise a lot. Myself and Ros walked the city streets quite a lot, trying to engage with business owners, the business owners and the managers in there. But as you can see, it's been tough times. They've been reducing their staff, which has meant the managers have been on the tools in the shops and trying to run their business after hours, and they just didn't have capacity. Plus, there were a few people that just didn't want to engage with anything to do with the council at the time. So that's where we had a very ambitious target of 150 businesses. We supported 45, which is still about $450 per business that we met with one-on-one, and then gave them 4 hours worth of training, which is still really good bang for buck. And that net promoter score, I won't go through net promoter score, but that's a very, very, very high score for those that did complete it. Yes, and just to wrap up, just confirming that our revenue, TCC's contribution, or these contracts make up, if you round it up, 5% total of our revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt and Ros. Any questions for the Chamber of Commerce? Business Chamber. Councillor Crowther.
Thanks, Matt and Ros. Question in terms of sort of, I guess, a strategic kind of question, the role of the Chamber, the role of Priority One. A lot of people in the community talk about that. I've observed over the years that whilst in theory you have economic development and then you have, the business chambers, a different set of functions, that sometimes in terms of engagement, TCC talks about business feedback and it's Priority One. So whilst each has a place, I'm just wondering, do you have any thoughts in terms of whether we're actually hearing broad spread cross-city feedback from all your members, and indeed the ones who are not even your members or Priority One members?
So to answer your question, the short answer is that we grow businesses, Priority One grows Tauranga. That's the general distinction. We're very much focused in that capability space and they're growing like industry capacity. We are, Priority One does things that a ratepayer funded entity can only do, rather than a predominantly membership entity, because they're working that tertiary education, their energy strategy is really good. But we're obviously partnering with NBIE when they need support for businesses, as we've done a long time. In terms of engaging with businesses, this is, I have a long conversation with my counterpart in Waikato. Hamilton's reasonably cohesive as a community. Tauranga, we are a kind of like a quilted patch quilt, with the differences in the communities between Papamoa and Tauriko and Bethlehem are quite different, and there's it's hard to get that cohesion and that deep meaningful engagement, which is why we pick issues. Some issues we don't engage with, as we can't add value with. In terms of getting that targeted group, it is the accumulation of lots of networks. There is no, when businesses move here from Auckland, some of them get frustrated because sometimes with Auckland, it's all around how big a splash and noise you can make. In Tauranga, it's all around the relationships and the dynamics between the different communities. We're a collection of different communities.
Through the chair that you're able to put out your little video messages, which we can all listen to anyway. So,
thank you very much, and we appreciate the support you're giving to little businesses. Great case study, and that's the sort of activity and growth we want to see in the city. So, thank you for your support of that. So we have got a resolution. That the City Delivery Committee receives the Tauranga Business Chamber report to Tauranga City Council 2023-24. Moved by councillor Kurak, seconded councillor Roseboom. Any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. I'm going to ask my colleagues, I'm not going to ask them, I'm going to say that we're going to carry on for the next couple of reports, the finance reports, and have a bit of a delayed lunch. So we're going to move to 8.7, the 6-monthly Treasury strategy update. Welcome, Cherie. So we're going to take that report as on page, sorry, I'll just get to that. So we're on page 56. We're going to take that report as read. Any questions of staff? Councillor Kurak.
Resolution C approves the ongoing borrowing, investing and hedging in line with the Treasury policy. What's that in fact approving? Is it just that it's consistent with the policy? Is that what we're moving?
Yes, that's correct. And I think that our chair has a proposed different resolution to put in there just to reword it, but it is just saying that within the approved borrowing limits that are approved during the long-term plan, we will adhere to the Treasury policy in terms of debt maturities, whether we fix or float and all those kinds of things. So it's just approving the ongoing adherence to the policy and not calling out any changes from that policy.
Rather?
Yeah, just noting the banks that are mentioned in the report. Have we ever had a policy around New Zealand-owned banks, and noting the government's bid to boost Kiwi banks operations? Do we have a time frame for when we could consider that if there is a mood to around the council, or is there actually a financial reason for continuing to support the CFO's homeland banks, if I could word it that way? It's joking. I'm teasing.
I think that is just about.
I was just teasing. No, I withdraw it if it's meant to be. It wasn't meant to be serious. It was just a tease.
It's absolutely fine. It's not the first time I've had a dig on that, but I just need to check with Sri in terms of when the banking tender would be up for renewal next. There is no policy in terms of using any local or foreign-owned bank in that policy outside of our normal procurement policies. Do you know when it's due for tender next?
I don't know when it's due for tender next, but I do know that last year we just re-signed with ANZ, but we moved to the all of government package, so that had the sharpest pricing at the time. Also, moving all of our transactional banking would be a huge undertaking, and it would require a lot of investment in the systems as well, because our ERP system is integrated into some of the different banking systems for things like direct debits and automated banking reconciliations and things like that.
Yeah, through the chair, I do want to clarify. I have Australian blood as well, and I'm not at all casting aspersions on Australian banks, but it is helpful to understand what the parameters are for that. So yeah, thank you for that clarity.
I've just got a couple of comments and a couple of questions. So just in the, I I really like in the executive summary, all matters within the Treasury function are compliant with the Treasury policy. That's exactly what we want to see in the executive summary. So thank you for that. I think I asked 6 months ago, did we have? Yes, we did. I think there is no hedging. You only do hedging if you only do hedging if you happen to purchase in foreign currency, but currently there isn't. It sort of looks as though there's a need to have a hedging strategy, but we have very little. Is that correct?
I could probably word it a bit stronger, but there's hedging for foreign exchange, which we've got none of right now. But I guess I use the word hedging a bit loosely when I'm talking about interest rate swaps as well. Yep. So I can go through the next report and make sure that I'm very clear when I'm talking about an interest rate swap versus a foreign exchange hedge.
Probably a good idea. And maybe even if there is very limited, just to put that in the exec summary, so we're not, so we're aware of that.
Yeah.
So just on clause 14, it would just be useful to have the dates. We're talking about that borrowing resolutions were on, it would be good just to have dates, so just to help us on those, please. A question on clause 20 on page 58. Bank facilities are currently 200 million. Is that level what LGFA require us to have as liquidity?
Not so much LGFA, but Standard & Poor's in terms of advice, in terms of the level of liquidity, in terms of relative to our credit rating.
So we have 200 million because we're required to have that. That is the quantum that sort of is set out elsewhere.
That's right, for the amount, for the level of borrow. So in the past, we've had a lower amount. With the level of borrowing increasing, it's gone up to 200 million in recent years.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Taylor.
Just being nosy, on page 57, there's a little grey box in the middle of the graph there that says fixed Western Bay District Council. I presume that's what that is.
That's a transaction related to the Tutumu land holding that matures in 27, I think, 2027, which was originally a joint, correct me if I'm wrong, but a joint transaction with Western Bay that we effectively bought back, and therefore that matures at that date.
Thank you, Cherie. I will now, we have got a recommendation that I am happy to move with an amendment. Oh, this is only to clarify the point that Councillor Currick made on C. I'm not quite sure. I've got options of C and D up there. So I think your wording was better, Cherie, when you just, I think the word adhere to is what I've got as D up there, approves that that all future borrowing, investing and hedging adhere to the rules set out in the Treasury policy. So the second C approves that future, no, go to the second C. Forget D. No, after hedging. Just after hedging, adhere to. Yeah, and then take out, yeah. Oh, the Treasury policy, correct. We don't need the rules. So adhere to the Treasury policy. Is that what that covers for you? Doesn't it covers for me? Not correct. That was just my option. Seconder, Mia Mahe. I've got no further. I think well reported. Thank you. Happy that that covers what we need to be assured of. You need to speak to that, Mia Mahe. Any other comments? Okay, I'll put that recommendation to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. We're now moving to 8.8 half-year financial performance monitoring, and I'm welcoming Catherine Sharplin and Tracy Hughes. So we're on page 63. I'm going to take the report as read. Are there any questions of staff? I just had, I've got a few questions. So page 64 on the table. So we've got, the approved budget, just as a confirmation, so that was approved when? As in, not perfectly, but that was.
The approved budget has a number of different components. The biggest substantive component, I suppose, is a carry forward from prior year, carry forward of budget and usually funding as well. That's normally approved very early in the financial year, once we understand what our position is at the end of the prior financial year.
And then when there are things like we had a overspend in digital and another 5 million was approved, is that called approved budget or has that become a forecast?
That is called approved budget, yes.
So the budget includes anything ups and downs that happen along the way?
Correct.
So just on that, we've got, sorry, I've written notes and now I've gone back to them. So just on personnel expenses, which we are talking quite a lot about, we've got so the approved budget is 2 million more than the annual plan.
Yes, that's right. If you look at attachment 2, that explains the difference between the annual plan budget and the approved budget. And for salary costs, what that is basically finding the savings that we targeted in the LTP. So we assumed they would sit in certain areas. We've now found where they should sit, so there has been some movement between categories.
I guess to the CEO, I wasn't expecting to see an increase in personnel by 2 million in the period to the end of December. So the salary savings that we heard about, do they get captured at the end of December or not to the end of the year?
Salary savings that we talk about, when we talked about the 12 million salary savings, that's our normal salary savings plus a target. So we do report on it by default during the year. So that saving, which includes churn, we've talked about terminology before. So it includes churn, but it also includes a target for savings. And it is within the budgets.
And the other comment on depreciation, so when we've been getting reports on increased depreciation because of revaluations, is that for next year, not this year?
It has impacted both years.
Sorry, I'm just going through. Does anyone have any other questions? Yes.
Thank you. I just had a question. Obviously, the first 6 months have been, fairly good. We're under budget, but I noticed that the full year effectively we lose a lot of those kind of savings. I'm just from a high level perspective. I'm just interested in why we can't bank kind of that first half, and then is that just we're just being conservative, or is it that we're going to actually lose a lot of those savings in the second half?
It's potentially a bit of both. So you have our actual position at the moment, which is, as you say, looking fairly healthy. What we do know is that further through the year you go, the bigger mismatches you get in terms of timing of expenditure versus when that was expected to come through in the budget. We also know that at the end of the year, there's quite a lot of tidying up done in the ledger, which can pull what looks like a very healthy position backwards slightly. We're still anticipating it'll be pretty healthy, but probably not as healthy as it looks right now.
Afternoon. Yes, so we have an offsetting capital project that it's to recognise that Bay Venues are delivering a whole lot of new capital. I think it's around about 5 million this year. They have to recognise that in their books. So we just put a credit offset in our books, but we like to strip that out so that we're looking holistically at both what TCC is delivering and what Bay Venues is delivering effectively on our behalf. So rather than skewing the numbers and hiding that and it netting out to zero this year, we want to recognise their 5 million spend, should they spend it, that we're actually recognising that as part of our capital spend of 450 to 500 million this year.
And is that counted as an asset in Bay Venues, or does it end up being an asset in TCC?
In Bay Venues books, although there will likely be a year-end adjustment, this is the first year that they're actually spending new capital for quite some time, if ever they have, where it's likely to be 20% of that ends up on their books and 80% recognised in our books. So there will be a year-end adjustment depending on what they've actually spent that on.
Sorry, what do they spend it on?
It's various upgrades and enhancements across so it's broken down by whatever they spend on aquatics or sports events. The only component that they will have to 100% recognise in their books is anything that's part of what they call the associated network, so the non-funded assets that they use to drive commercial return. So we're expecting them to recognise all of the depreciation and interest costs associated with that debt, that they should be driving the user fees to fund that.
Thank you. Point 35B, digital SaaS initially assigned to a capital project. I think we are having a workshop on digital. Are we going to cover that? Or can we have an update on what does that mean?
Make sure it's covered in the workshop.
And point 37, there are, comment on what point? No, sorry, 36. The write-offs of 306 Cameron Road fit-out costs. We understood we were using as much current furniture as we could in 90 Devonport. What is the quantum that is likely to be written off, please?
There's still work being done on that. My understanding is that it's potentially up to 1.4 million. But as I say, there is still work being done.
Could I ask Marty, can we get a report on that, please, as soon as we can? Yep. Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Chair. Just trying to get my head around the 8% savings target for personnel expenses, and the signed off long-term plan, the number was 118 for this year. And then looking at the agenda today, it's also the same number, 118. So where was that 8% factored into? That's about 9.5, according to my rough Apple calculator. Where was that factored into? So if there was a target, but it's not reflected in a budget.
Yes, it is reflected in the budget. It is within employee costs. So I'm pretty sure we put something in front of you recently which broke out employee costs into salaries and wages and then other types of employee costs. Salary savings, or which includes churn, is normally around 4%, and it's normally just although we do separate it out for budgeting purposes, it's not separated out in actuals. I think it's difficult or impossible to do that. But it directly offsets salaries and wages. So it is included in that 118 million.
So for clarification, the 118 includes an 8% savings, because that provides context to the 120 to me.
Councillor Crowther.
Just, I may have missed this in a briefing, but the funding that won't materialise from TECT and Gaming Trust for Cameron Road, is that something that I've forgotten or we've had a briefing about, or do we know why that is, or do we know whether that is just for this financial year and whether it'll be delayed? Because that was, I thought, part of the sort of pitch for that project.
I think from memory, TECT just had a different priority in the end. They thought that might be something they'd invest in for a while, and with the delays to the program, it's something that they're not interested in investing in right now. We are working as staff to pull together a list of what does a significant program of investment over 10 years look like, which will come to you guys for direction, and then we'll go to TECT to get them to buy into supporting that financially. And this may be, the courts won't be one of those projects in the short term. They were much more interested in the Memorial Park Aquatics.
Councillor Morris.
Yeah, supplementary just on that one. So the funding for the courts there, was that an allocation of money due to a grant application that was going to be made? And of course, then it's up to those funders whether they make the decision or not. Or is it a case of the application being made and then the funders either A, changing their mind, or B, not accepting a carry forward for the next year?
No application was made.
Oh, so may I have the audacity to ask, what if we didn't make an application, why did we budget for receiving those funds?
So the budgets are prepared quite a bit ahead of the year, and they're always prepared on the best estimates and information at the time. So at the time, the person working with Gareth on this was fully expecting that, and so therefore it's budgeted. But we had a kind of early adoption, things have moved on, and therefore it becomes a variance.
Okay, thank you very much for that report, Catherine, Tracy and Susan. There being no further questions, there is a motion that the City Delivery Committee receives the report half-year financial performance monitoring. Do I have a mover? Councillor Schuler, thank you. Councillor Baker, seconding that. Any further discussion? That being the case, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. I think we got a different team now, haven't we?
It might take a bit of time.
I think it would be sensible to have a lunch break now, so we will be back at 10 to 2. restart our meeting, please? Thank you, everyone. So we're going to start at 8.9, the 6-monthly non-financial performance report for 24-25, and I believe Jeremy is fronting this one. Thank you, Jeremy. So we're going to take the report as read. Are there any questions for Jeremy? Yeah, sorry, page 78. Emma Hay.
Yeah, on page 81, just a couple of questions. Firstly, you've got the, I think this table is the ones that are within 5% of target. And then you've got percentage of venues with new or renewed alcohol licenses that have been inspected. And you've got 45% of 95%. And I'm just wondering why that's in the nearly met target.
For you, Madam Chair, the target is an annual target, and after 6 months, 45% is about 90 on a pro rata, and therefore it's just short of 95.
Oh, okay, so they've done 45% within the first 6. Right. Should that not be, you know, like 90%, like they've, like, you know, I look at noise complaints, is that not the same sort of thing? They've done 92% of 95?
So the basic answer is that things like noise complaints come in through the year and you try and respond to those as they happen.
Okay.
Whereas the inspections, we need to get to all this number through 1 year. After half a year, we're just short of halfway.
All right. Well, what I would suggest then in future is to say the target is, you know, 47.5 for half year, whatever it is. You know, like you can have 95, but brackets 47.5 half year, just so because that one just stuck out to me. I was like, that hasn't met the target. And I was just, the other one is just around this, council's compliant with resource consents. I'm just interested to understand what that one, that we, yeah, what happened there. Yeah, sorry, the council compliance with resource consents for discharge from its stormwater system measured by the number of abatement notices, infringement notices. Uh, 81. Down, it's the second from the bottom on the table. Oh, sorry, it's 81 on the agenda, 79, yeah.
We have had one council notice from the regional council with an abatement notice. And it related to work under a new roundabout under construction and the intersection with Waitaha Road. And as far as I'm aware, we have dealt with it, and it's about to be closed out.
Thank you. And I think one more question is the percentage of building consents approved within statutory timeframes, only 81%, and we're looking at 95. I guess where the concern is here is, you know, consents are significantly down at the moment. So just trying to understand why we're missing that target with a low level of consents.
I can answer that one. I think on page 18 of the attached report, you've got a figure that shows the timeliness of building consents since Q1 of 21-22 and the significant improvements that have been made over time. We had a low of timeliness of 48% in 2022. But we're also tracking against the improving timeliness as our numbers are actually increasing as well. So the team have reported that this quarter has been the highest quarter since 2022. So our timeliness is improving, numbers are increasing, but we do have some ways to go. We did interrogate the data in the last Q2 period, and 95% of applications are processed within 24 days. So we need to get that number down.
Okay, thank you. Sorry if I missed that. That's actually an improvement. I obviously missed that in the attached. So I'll relook at that. Thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the report. On page 161, although it's called 162 and it's got 33 on the report number, it's a good example where I think some of the commentary is a bit unhelpful. In this particular example, it's on transportation, and it's talking about the number of people who journey to work by active modes. Now, I think we know that there was a target of 5 and it's now still 2%. The commentary though, where it says, although we are not yet on track to meet this, council is implementing great initiatives for all ages to boost participation. This effort is already evident, My comment on this is that firstly, it's almost begs the question of, are the staff not doing the right thing to get some success? Now, having known the team there and knowing how much effort they're going to, I don't think that's the case. I think what would be far more helpful for a commentary would be, and I'll just use this as an example that can apply to some other things, that to put something like, in spite of the significant amount of money and effort that's gone into boosting active modes, that the lack of safe infrastructure, as per the evidence base of the transport plan, is not allowing people to feel comfortable to, and as evidenced by surveys, as evidenced by all sorts of things, is not increasing these numbers. And I think it runs the risk of, number one, unfairly reflecting on the staff, and number two, missing the key point, which is that successive elected and then unelected governors of the city have not prioritised, and then NZTA have not funded the type of network you need to actually change this number. So, I'll just use that as the example. There are some other comments I had, but I'll just leave those.
Councillor Baker.
Kia ora. Page 80 in a city we can move around easily, the duration of peak across the transport network. From the target was 330, but the actuals are 400 minutes. If I'm reading that correctly, do we know where that is most felt?
Yeah, we do. So this is it's quite a tricky measure actually, and I'm not sure how representative it is of issues on the network, because we measure this quarterly, and mid-quarter we take 1 week where we measure the speed from 7 a.m. in the morning to 7 p.m. in the evening, and then we measure the number of minutes within that generally across the city. The number is the travel time is below 50% of the free flow, and I for one think that a better measure would be travel time certainty and those sorts of things that would actually be helpful for people to know. So we have looked at adjusting this where it's most felt. We're measuring this, I think, from memory. It's 8 or 12 points across the network. It's Hewlett's Road, it's 15th Ave to Welcome Bay, it's Chapel Street. It is the Yeah, it is. And I think we're probably measuring where it is felt. Yeah, I can't think of it anything outside of that would actually improve the quality of the data.
Supplementary question. Is that those guys or gals that have those tripods that like stand on the side of the road and then they watch the traffic? Is that those people?
No, this is automated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that you
Just want to make sure they're not catching you speeding.
talking about something else. Yeah, yep.
No other questions? Thank you. So there is a motion if we that the City Delivery Committee receives the report 6 monthly non-financial performance report 24-25. Can I have a mover and seconder? I'm happy to move, seconded by Councillor Baker. Any discussion, please?
Yeah, I think it's obviously important to measure both our financial and non-financial performance. Again, I'd just probably like to see going forward that we integrate this into a wider context and make sure that we're doing what our people and our customers, if you'd like to call that, want and what they value as a council. And obviously a number of these I can see, yes, they have a direct impact. Others, I guess looking what we're going to discuss further shortly is the resident survey that they kind of align with each other, so that they effectively become our KPIs.
Mahe? Okay, that finishing discussion, I ask you all if you're in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Now move to 8.10, January 2025 Capital Program Report. Alistair McNeil, not on my sheet. We done this one? Okay. Mine's not, but there you go. So we're going to Tauranga Māori Business Association half-year update. We've got Lisa Gilmore or Gareth.
Yep, just happy to table the report as read, and they aren't here today, but happy to take any questions back to them you may have.
I just want to stay up front as well. It was probably a fast decision on my part not to invite them to speak today. So I will correct that going forward, but we will take their report as read. Are there any questions of Gareth? That being the case, I'll put the motion that the City Delivery Committee receives the report Tauranga Māori Business Association half-year update. Any further discussion? Seconded by Councillor Taylor. Any further discussion? With that, I put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. So now, the January 2025 Capital Program Report. Jeremy is coming to the table. So we're going to take the report as read. We're on page. Oh, yeah, supplementary, that's right, yeah. Found the separate attachment. So any questions on this report? Pardon? No, we're on January 2025. It says 8.1.
We're going to deal with that 1.2 first, are we? And then we'll come back to the other one.
Are we allowed on this one or not?
Yeah.
I've got 8.10 on my piece of paper. No, we're on capital program report. As chair, I'm going to talk about January 2025 capital program report. So we've got a report. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, sort of a question, sort of a recommendation. I just wondering whether we should be looking at changing some of the red ink to a yellow colour or something when a project's put on hold or paused, or potentially the red's obviously an alarming thing, and it'd be quite good if it was a bit more calming. I look at things like Cameron Road Stage 2, for example. We know why that's halted and isn't advancing, so potentially maybe we could recolour it. Just a thought.
And my question was, I just would quite like to understand the risk of reds, and that might be covered because half of them might suggest that the risk is council made a decision not to progress, and so the risk is, we know what that risk is, but others might be, I would quite like a highlight to say what's the implication in terms of risk for TCC and risk for outcome delivery to our people, please. Nothing called risk-free. Mahe.
Yeah, so I guess looking through this, for example, we've got a whole lot of procurements in action or coming up. My question is, we've spoken a lot in this room around value for money and getting more for less. But my question to staff is, what changes have we made to ensure that we do get value for money? What are we doing differently to make sure that we are getting more for less?
Firstly, through the chair, I think the transparency question for this committee is a work in progress, and this reporting that we've provided is our first attempt. One of the opportunities, I think, is to be more transparent. So, for example, every procurement has a deal plan or a procurement plan which isn't shared. It may be an opportunity to get more visibility into for either some elected members or all elected members to go through those plans or pick a couple of case studies so that you can get more confidence that the value for money, the criteria that you might set against a procurement plan or what's being done is more visible. In terms of on the ground, the policy itself hasn't changed, but what has changed is that the elected members have brought more attention to how staff behave and what their thinking is. But I don't think there's been any change to the policy or the process. So it'd be a matter of giving you more visibility and also for this committee to work out how much of that it would like. So, for example, every year there'd be 150 to 200 plans of how to engage the market. It's obviously very sensitive, but we can work through that potentially as reviewing the terms of reference and how much information you'd like.
Thanks for that. I think just the steer there is we've got to have some benchmarks. We've got to do things differently. We've got to, we actually do need to break the system because right now the system's not working, and it's frustrated me over the past few months. We've been delivering this message, yet there still is projects that are going ahead that I'm not comfortable with. And, that is a problem. So, I think just early engagement on some of these projects, actually seeing some of these things come over our desk, would help to give us some of that comfort. And that's the issue is I just don't want to get hit at the next meeting that, we're approving this and or this is going ahead, and that we say, well, actually we're not happy with that. So and that's just something we've got to build up. Once we get that level of comfort, I think then we can go ahead. Next question is just around this is page 10 of the agenda, the community infrastructure. I just had a question. So some of these we've got FY25 actuals to end of January, and then we've got that reforecast budget, and then we've got FY25 forecast. So I'm just interested. So for example, let's talk about Maryvale Community Centre. We've got a reforecast budget of 6.4 million, and then we've got FY25 forecast of 4.6. So is that we are behind, or is that we are under budget? Because obviously I'm guessing the forecast is what we're expected to spend, yet the reforecast budget is higher than that.
I'll ask Amanda to come up and answer the question.
Yes, thanks. So on the Maryvale Community Centre, that 1.8 million reflects contingency, which we don't forecast if we think we're not going to spend it. And we're also coming in under budget currently on that particular project.
Thank you. And then I guess just another steer on that. It would be great to have and just another column that has the total project cost, because like if it goes over multiple years, it's hard to understand what that is. I did. Next one is on the Wairaki pump station. So my question on that is, because it talks there around Te Timu. So if Te Timu didn't ever eventuate, do we need this pump station?
Alvin, if you can come up and answer the question.
The short answer is yes. Sorry, yes. The modelling predicts at the moment we will get wastewater overflows, so it's more around the size of the pump station needs to be put there. So that's what the team are currently working on. So if the development doesn't go ahead, we will still need to have an upgrade to their pump station.
And what is that? Is that like, I'm just trying to again gauge, do we need that immediately, or is it we need it in 10 years? And
yeah, within the next 10 years, definitely.
The next 10 years, or we need it in 2 and 5? Like, I'm just trying to say, like, do we need to spend that money right now, or can we?
Well, the money that we're spending at the moment is actually doing the design, the planning side of things to actually ascertain what size pump station. There will be multiple choices to be able to bring back to council. So that'll be the next stage of the exercise.
And so obviously we want to really work out whether Te Timu's going ahead, because that will have a big impact. So before we make that decision, is that possible, do we think?
I can't comment on Te Timu development.
No, I mean, is it possible the timeline that we don't actually approve anything until we've actually, got a yay or nay on that development?
Correct. We'd bring back a number of options, which would show if you actually had that amount of wastewater flow running through, this is what we need to do as a very minimum.
Yeah.
And then it can be built up from there.
Okay, thank you.
So just on point 12 on page 4, I think I'm on the right attachment. The 27 contracts worth 34.3 that are planned to be procured in the next 3 months. The right report. So the most significant, yes, I would like to see the scope of those before the procurement happens, please. So this is the Waterfront Central Plaza, Wharawaka Pavilion, Takakura Drive upgrade and traffic signals maintenance and renewals.
We can provide that. Just very mindful of timing for these and sensitivity for these, but we can provide it.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. When we're provided with that information, will that be within a timeframe to be able to
do something
about it, or is it just an FYI?
That's a very good question. The timing of each procurement activity should be subject to the appropriate sign-offs and controls. And many of them go through the chief executive. So for these ones, my assumption is, depending on where they are, we'll alert you to those that perhaps have the most immediate pressing need, and we can make decisions from there.
I think just to steer on that, as I said before, it's just around, we've got to gain comfort that we are, we are making the changes we're asking for, and once we get to that point, then we can kind of go back to BAU, business as usual. Sorry, Jen.
Thank you. Councillor Correct.
For my question, I'd just like to thank Alistair for identifying this new council and where we're at and driving for efficiency. It's nice to hear, and nice to hear a suggestion. Perhaps we could have a subgroup that are more closely in touch with some of this, and it's not just about the procurement, but also early sort of design briefs and anything at the start of a project. A lot of that stuff can really drive costs, and I think if we get in earlier at some point, and perhaps pick 3 or 4 test cases, different activities, I think that'd be really helpful. And we can talk about it ourselves informally about perhaps setting up a bit of a subgroup. But thanks again, Alistair. Now the question, if we can go back to the community infrastructure table on page 10. Fifth line down, Bay Park Master Plan, just for like that $3.5 million spend, what have we got for that amount at the moment? And what have we procured for that 3.5? Show us.
You're referring to the 2.7 actuals? Yeah. Plus the 0.8, yeah. So we were reasonably advanced through the design process for that particular project. So for the netball facility, we had just completed the developed design, and we'd also lodged the resource consents for that work as well. So there'd been a lot of work on those master plans, and to take it through to those almost at that final design stage.
Mainly for netball?
That was the entire site redevelopment of Bay Park, of which netball's a significant component, but that also was around the master plan around Speedway and how that whole site was going to function from an infrastructure perspective.
Cool. Is it possible gets that work sent to us so we can? I had a look and I found one document. It was just a 1-page on the master plan, just a concept or whatever it was, but I haven't seen any other, of that $3.5 million of work yet. But it'd be interesting to have a look. Thank you.
Well, that's no problem. We can arrange to send that through. Yep.
Question, Councillor Rosenboom.
Thank you, Chair. This is one page or slide 19. Our lovely subject, the wastewater treatment plant. Can I have a quick update of where the bioreactor 2 groundworks are? Are they on track now, our contractors?
Yeah, that's going really well. They're actually ahead of schedule by possibly up to 3 weeks, but we don't want to bank anything of that just yet. But we are actually expecting to finish the piling within days. So they've had a run rate of close to double what was anticipated. So, and that's reflected also by having they have had 2 rigs on site. One isn't working at the moment, so that's why it's a little bit difficult to say when they will actually be completed. But we are starting to talk to HEB as well as to when they can take over the works. It's depending on the full strength of the concrete that the current crew there now are pouring. So there are a few unknowns still, but in general, we've been really pleased with the response from them. This is the kind of response that we wished we'd seen on site right from the start, but we had to go through a very painful process to get there. But at the moment, that is going really well.
Thank you very much. That's just a bit of a theme that practice pays off, is it? So we can start the above ground work when, and when would we expect to see some sort of solid progress on the above ground work for bioreactor 2?
We've had the target of Easter to hand over from the below ground contractor to the above ground contractor, and that's still what we're aiming for. It'll probably going to be quite a while until you can see market progress there. We won't have precast walls going up for a little while because they will still be working at ground level. So I just don't want to overstate any expectations really, but the next contractor on site will be there for a number of months before we sort of see visible progress of something actually being erected.
Thank you very much. It's looking better than it was a couple of months ago.
Just a question on the year-end forecasts of 460 to 475 lower than reforecast budget. And this is just for just making sure I'm connecting things. I believe we were told it's normally, this is on page 4, right at the beginning, 3. We're normally only, we budget for 100%, but actually only deliver 70%. Is this all part of that delivery number?
When we start, so traditionally, excuse me, not just Tauranga, but local government often delivers in the 70 to 80% range. But we've done a lot of work to actually build that capacity over the last few years. So we're looking at 90 to 95% delivery this year. Correct, that's right.
Sorry. So again, to make sure we're educated, if we can just refer to what those sort of numbers in the report, that would be really useful, just to be able to connect what we've heard before or learnt in terms of going forward. So thank you for that.
Can I just fly the flag for the delivery team on this as well? Because we did actually establish the budget relatively late this year, because we went through quite some process to nail that. And to get to the 95% of the full budget, there's an extraordinary amount of work that goes in behind that. Some of it was already committed, so some of it is ongoing projects that were already up and running when we did establish the budget. But this number of 90 to 95 is also depending on continuous programs being awarded and cracked on with. So I think it's a pretty extraordinary result, really.
Thank you for that, Nick, and that explanation. I think that's perhaps what I was looking for. I wasn't sure of the context. Is that a number that's a good thing or a bad thing? I couldn't tell from that. So thank you. I was thinking maybe it wasn't, so well done.
Perhaps, Madam Chair, too, if I could just say, look, for many years, the Office of the Auditor General has been critical of local government and central government and their ability to be able to deliver their capital program that they've budgeted for. And so, assuming we do crack the 90% this year, and it's looking very good, it will be, an outstanding achievement by those that are actually delivering the projects.
Thank you, Marty. There being no other, sorry, Councillor Crowther.
Got a few quick questions. One of them is just the difference between the tables in attachment 1, and then the more extensive attachment where it has the long list of projects. So if you pick up, say, something like Bay Park Master Plan, it seems to have a time frame between 31st of March this year to 30th of June 27. So just for that, it is 45 million, and then you've got 47.4 million on that other document, which is the draft 26 AP budget. So are we kind of saying that these numbers are different because of inflation? Like, I'm just trying to follow it, because you've got before January 25, we've got 3.5 million. So the numbers sort of don't stack up, and I'm using that as an example between the two
Sure. So
sets of numbers.
the total project budget that you're seeing on the far right-hand column in the under community infrastructure, for example, the 47.4, that's reflective of all historic spend to date against that project, as well as all the future-looking budgets to the end of the 2034 period. So anything that sits outside of the 10 years that we've adopted, we've not included in those totals. And then we've also provided you with what, as a total, again, including all the historic actuals, was the comparative LTP adopted number. So you'll see in that particular example with Bay Park, there was actually a paper that went up after the LTP that was adopted to get additional budget put in. So there is a bit of a variance there, but in most cases, you'll see they're consistent between the LTP and the revised numbers. There might just be a bit of an inflation change as a result of us deferring projects this year and deferring projects out of the 26 draft annual plan.
Okay, thank you. Next question through the chair is for some of the big projects. So we've got now got numbers of 327 million for Cameron Road Stage 2, 136 for Memorial, and so forth. So are those higher than we've seen, I believe, in the previous? I've sort of had a look through some past documents in preceding months. It seems like they've gone up again. Is that just an inflationary impact, or in the case of those projects, to use those as examples, is it a scoping change for the 327 for Cameron Road and the 136 for Memorial Aquatic?
What page are you on?
This one is on, well, I've got it on page 6 of the separate attachment, red status projects.
Sorry, I don't have that to hand, but
yeah, I guess I'm just thinking in terms of, just to be explicit, like we've sort of talked about different numbers for Memorial, but they've certainly been tracking downwards, and then to see one tracks higher than the LTP, I'm just trying to understand why. And same with Cameron Road, you know, we obviously there's a lot to both these projects, but it's more just why they're higher than I've ever seen before.
in terms of that Memorial Park Aquatics, so we have delayed that project from what was set out in the LTP. So that will just be the inflationary impacts. And until such time as we go through future annual plan and long-term plan decision-making processes, where you're actually starting to look at those numbers. So if we keep in mind that project, we've actually zeroed out the budget because it's on hold until you've actually made decisions through the 27 annual plan or LTPA.
No, that's fine. I just was wanting to check if it was just inflation or if there was something else.
We're not adding.
No, I didn't think we did that. Now I've got a question for Spaces and Places on page 8 of that document. The Tauranga development for 4.4 million. Can someone just clarify, like it's relating to that, it says the MOU between Pukehinahina Trust and TCC, but I'm just trying to understand what that particular project is. The Tauranga.
Good afternoon. That's the budget there is for us to develop the site. There's a memorial space up there where iwi gather to annually for the Māori land battle that happened there. So it's to develop that site with culturally appropriate recognition, interpretation, signage, car park to enable that annual gathering to happen in the short to medium term.
Yeah, can you clarify then, like the wording is before construction work can commence. So are we saying this is the preliminary groundworks, like, so the first stage, if you like, of the development by the trust there to do that? And if so, had that gone through under the commissioners to fund that? Because I remember I asked a question of Buddy Makari in terms of the OPEX, and I'm aware that there's a request to council for funding the OPEX for this. But having spoken in the past, I understood it was more, or an implication around the OPEX, you know, that he acknowledged. But I had understood that the CapEx was through that trust, and I'm just trying to tease out what that is.
I think we're talking about two different things. So there's the Pukahinahina Memorial, Pukahinahina Trust Museum site. So there's that conversation that's going on.
The construction, can you clarify the construction? I thought that would be what it is then. But
No, so this is a separate place. So this is higher up in Pies Pa Road, and it's a yeah. So the construction is for the car park at that site. So it's separate to the other piece of work that Buddy has been talking to council about.
The other question I had was the city centre transport development, 83 million. And I'm not sure whether it's a question for transport or for Gareth, but so it's between an undefined period of time, and I'm just wanting to find out that budget of 83 million, given that there's also other budgets, including one we discussed the other day for central city development and central city transport expenditure. This particular one, the city centre transport development on page 19, what sort of time frame is that 83 million allocated across?
But we can dig that out in the long-term plan. There it is split out by year. From memory, it's a relatively low number for the next 2 or 3 years, and then it ramps up significantly for the mid part of the long-term plan. I think the big expenditure there sits around the 27, 28, 29, and over up until that time, we're probably looking at. I think from the top of my head, it's around 2 to 3 million per year until that point.
If the chair and my colleagues are of a mind, I would suggest the best way to approach it would be to, if you could give us I know there are at least 3 separate budgets for improvements. So there's the Te Manawataki budget, there's the city centre development budget, which has some transport component, and then there's the streetscaping budget, and then there's also this one, which makes it the 4th. So basically any pot of money that relates to roads, footpaths, and generally accepted sort of transport components, if it could be the various times, because I think what I see is and also the definition of city centre in each case, because I know sometimes that means out to 11th Ave, sometimes it means to 2nd Ave, as we heard this morning, it sometimes means to one side of 1st Ave. So I guess to figure out where we're looking to spend money and over what period. Thank you.
Just checking how you want us to provide this. Is that just for information that you're wanting it? So
I'll leave it to the chair to if she has any other. But for me, it's initially to sort of get information, and then I suppose ultimately it's to feed into the logical conversations that will flow from this around as we look at future annual plans, long-term plans, and how funding is allocated.
Okay, that being the end of the questions, there is a motion that the City Delivery Committee receives the report, January 2025 Capital Program Report. Have we got a mover for that? Councillor Roseboom, and seconder Councillor Schuler. Any further discussion on that, mover? Okay, I'll put it to the elected members. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you.
What's left, Madam Chair? There's the annual which is in the supplementary agenda.
And that's going to be real fast. So we will. We'll do it this order. Yeah. Okay. So we are now going to go to the annual resident survey, which is in the main agenda. So we've got Jeremy returning to the hotspot. So we're going to take the report as read. Have we got any questions on the report? Sorry, we're on page 88 of the open agenda. There being no questions, I'll put the motion on the floor.
Got to have at least one. So the question is, will the affordability measure be in the next wave?
Yes.
Absolutely. So questions having been asked and the recommendation that we received the report annual resident survey wave 2 results. We've got a mover and a seconder. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I think look, overall a good summary, I guess, and things generally are moving in the right direction. Obviously, pretty disappointed that one of the ones that is moving in the wrong direction is value for money. Which is not ideal. Knowing how much of a focus this is for this council, so that was disappointing. Obviously, we just got to put that into perspective. This is wave 2, a very small sample. So it's hard to take too much out of it. But I think if you look in the underlying figures, there's some things that are quite interesting moves, and obviously you can kind of disseminate some of the decisions that we've made going into that. So I think things are moving in the right direction, but we're a long way off where we need to be, and that's very much we want to get back and make sure they keep improving to, I guess, what you call normal levels, because I think especially around that trust and confidence and overall looking at some of those figures in the 20s and 30s is not ideal, and we need to really shift the dial to get all those up as high as we can over the next 4 years. But yeah, it's pleasing. It's a small sample, and I look forward to hopefully continuing the trend onwards and upwards.
And just Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the indication from wave 2 is that we may have turned a corner. So I echo the Mayor's comments around that being pleasing. It is pleasing. I do note that we are comparing against last year, of course, which was during an interesting time in the city's governance history. When we compare ourselves to former elected councils, we're still well down, but we're vectoring in the right direction. What I think that says, and what it says to me, or how I'm interpreting those results, I'm open to other interpretations around the table, is that we have not yet clearly defined the stop and start of the commission. And so we are still to this day dealing almost at a daily occurrence with decisions that were made for which this governing body has no control over. And as long as that is the case, that's going to affect our reputation. I think the only solution to that, and I think the city deserves it, I'm starting to feel in my body here an amendment starting to come. I think the only way to clear the air for our community is by what I'm going to propose in the following amendment. And the amendment I propose to this, because it's directly in relation to trust and confidence in council, and as a result of the survey, that, and apologies for not firing it to you via email, Madam Secretary, I have just thought of it right now, that staff report back with options for an independent inquiry into the Commission's governance, decision-making and transparency during its tenure. I think, and if there's a seconder, I would gladly speak to the reason why I think we need to do that.
Have we got a seconder to this amendment? Councillor Crowther.
May I speak to the amendment? Thank you, Madam Chair.
You may.
There's been a number of calls from outside of our chamber for independent inquiries into various decisions. Some of those decisions relate to property transactions, specifically Marine Precinct, etc. I think in order to restore public trust and confidence, we need a full and frank external opinion on the decisions that were made in this city during a time in which people had no right to vote. I think that would clear the air for this council to be able to move forward and to make the decisions that we want to make in partnership with our community for this city. But I think that it's time that this governing body pulls together the different requests for inquiries on different matters that have been made in the public, and that it comes from this table and that options are presented to this council for what an independent inquiry may look like. I cannot specify what that should be right now because there's multiple ways of looking at that. There's offices of the Auditor General, there's the Ombudsman for a period of time, there is an independent report council itself can commission subject to the terms of reference. And actually, maybe our MPs haven't thought about it, at least not from what I've seen on their socials, but there is a parliamentary inquiry which they can actually ask for as well. I think this is something that we need to kick off and then step back from so that our community has an independent review without the spin, without the narrative, without the huge comms budget that the Commission enjoyed, and that there is, not just for Tauranga City, but for New Zealand, an honest accounting and opinion of the decisions that were made over the last 3.5 years, enabling us to draw a line on the sand and move forward.
Councillor Crowther.
Gosh, after hearing that, I'm tempted just to support it based on self-interest of getting all the people sort of off my back, if I can use that term, from this request, because it would. But I think it's far more important than that. It's not about any of us individually. It's not about what any particular people in the community think, but it's about the reputation of this council. And it's you can see, my view of the survey was that we're getting a little bit clearer in some cases on the satisfaction and dissatisfaction, a little bit less in the middle, not quite sure, giving us a bit of time to bed in. So in one sense, it's tracking better for sure. I would certainly hope it would. But, it remains to be seen if that tracking will go. But even that, to me, isn't the crucial part. The crucial part is that we've heard a number of decisions that, or the consequences of a number of decisions that have been made over our time. And I think either we have to take some action to support the people of Tauranga, to work through processes with them. And I put a suggestion earlier in the meeting, which didn't get supported. And so if we're not going to do it issue by issue and actually respond to both the substance of the issue, the process of the issue, and the outcomes of the issue, all three of those things, then I think we need to actually get someone in to do that in a way that takes an independent approach, that takes an evidence-based approach, and that gives some confidence, whatever the outcome is, gives some confidence to the people of Tauranga that we are not just going through and trying to sort of push all the things aside. And I think we've had, well, I certainly have had so many instances where I'm desperately keen to look at the future, to look at how we can make this city a better place, where we can actually move beyond that period of time and actually deliver good outcomes with good value, as the Mayor keeps saying. And I think I'm struggling to do it personally. I think we're struggling to do that because we're just getting dogged by the past. And if we don't acknowledge that, we're just doing the same thing that's happened to a lot of other groups over a period of time. And I don't want to do that. I want to actually acknowledge the past, to get people in to take an independent approach. I think it's a good idea. It's not a big cost, but it will give us a bit more freedom to actually get on with what we're doing and be able to tell the story to the people of Tauranga that we are doing something about it.
Further discussion, Councillor Roseboom.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my colleagues for all their fine phrasing, but I don't agree with this avenue or this approach. I think we'll get a lot of traction through the upcoming annual plan process. We'll be able to articulate directly one-on-one with the people of Tauranga, and we can move on as a collective group of Tauranga residents and put all our history behind us. I'm not getting the wave of feeling that obviously you two are receiving in your part of the Tauranga or from the public. In general, my dealings with the public of Tauranga is very positive. Most of whom I've spoken to are very clear on where the fault lies or what wasn't done well, and they're looking to us to do that better consultation, better engagement, better availability. Most of us have already heard from the public that we are engaging more with the people. We're having more one-on-ones, we're more open. When the phone goes, we answer it. When they email us and want to interview or 5 minutes of our time, we quite readily agree to that and go and speak to them. So our engagement is being noticed amongst the people of Tauranga, and I think with a bit more effort, we'll get there. We'll bring Tauranga with us. So as a result of that, I don't support this motion.
Yeah, look, I hear what you say, and it is appealing, I guess, to try to string the commissioners up and put a blame on everything they've done. The reason I don't support this is because you do a report that's not going to change anything. We can string them up and we can say, look how badly they did, or this is the process that they followed, it was flawed, but that doesn't help us move forward. It doesn't help this council make good decisions. We have to lead and show that our actions have learnt from some of these things, and that we don't make the same mistakes. And I am very confident that we have started that we're on the right track. I think this resident survey is one small part, showing a move in the right direction. And while I have been as frustrated as anyone about having to deal with decisions that weren't ours, and in some cases we have had those decisions be blamed on us and our inaction. I just don't see what we achieve with this, apart from potentially stringing the commissioners up. And and being able to point a finger at them, whereas I would much prefer to look at the future and decide that, look, I believe we are very different to the commissioners, and we know that they did things in a different way to what we're going to do them. So I would prefer to lead by action and show what we are doing and prove to our people, and over the next 4 years, I'm sure that public perception is going to change when we lead with that positive action and positive direction and taking our people with us. But I see this as a bit of a waste of money, because it's not going to change anything that we do as a council, I don't believe, because the commissioners, if they were in place and wanted to learn and make a difference, then that would be a useful exercise. If we want to do an independent inquiry into our governments as to how we can improve, I would support that as well, because that's actually going to be useful in getting to a better place. But I prefer to look forward than dwell on the past.
Councillor Schuler.
Thank you. I agree with the two colleagues alongside me. Appreciate the sentiment across the other side, but the more we talk about trying to, I understand you're saying get an independent inquiry, but it sort of senses it's to do with a whole lot of things that we don't agree with. And the more we spend time saying about what we wouldn't have done, or how we wouldn't have behaved, or we would have done this differently, I'd rather we get out and start doing things differently, do things our way. We've already worked, we're 6 months in. We're a different group of people. We've got they had a mandate. They came in for a reason. Maybe they might have wanted to do an independent review of a previous council. I don't know. But I think our job is to have faith in our ability to work and make a change. This is a big ship. It doesn't turn in a hurry. But, the last time we had one of these, Councillor Morris, I think you made mention about, the small number, and it's only a number. We've just had a 1/3 increase in our overall performance, from 33 to 44. We go the same again, we're over 50. So, they're just numbers. We just have to, I really want us to have faith in what we will do as a council and back ourselves over our term. I'd rather we started to be able to talk about what we're going to do, not what we wouldn't have done. Thank you.
Councillor Carrick.
The commissioners were appointed by the minister just to get stuff done. That's my understanding. And okay, it's my understanding is that previous councils achieved too little, and this new group of commissioners will get stuff done and move the city forward. That's the sort of context of the words that I recall. And so in doing so, there's been collateral damage on our community, and we do hear about that and are constantly reminded. So while they had the party, we're suffering the hangover, and it's dragging on, and to some extent, in a way, it does have an impact on our way forward, because we're constantly being reminded, and Councillor Crowther refers to it, about stuff that needs to be sorted out. And there have been recent cases, such as the Marine Precinct, 90 Dimple Road, etc., that grinds us down, and it compromises our performance in terms of moving the city forward. So I think if any review is to be undertaken, or inquiry, it should be triggered by the minister who appointed the commission. It was a central government decision to out the elected members and with the commissioners, and it should be the minister to have a ministerial inquiry. And I would support wording to the effect that, we write to the minister suggesting that, okay, it was an interesting concept to introduce the commission, but what have you thought about it? How about triggering an inquiry for future situations where other councils are in a difficult position and central government desires to step in. Is it a good thing? Is it good for democracy? Is it good for community outcomes, et cetera, et cetera? And so I won't support this, but I would if it was focused on central government in terms of triggering an inquiry.
And putting my view in, it's actually quite a tempting thought, because we do keep saying we wouldn't have made that decision, but we are wearing that decision. But this is no different than any other governance board that changes its membership. It's a bit like when we have staff in front of us that weren't there when a project started, but we still expect them to take up the rest of that project to continue with it. And I think we have to demonstrate our difference. We have to demonstrate that we're doing it differently, and we have to demonstrate that we can actually progress in the way that we as a team believe we should be progressing in. So I also will not support that amendment. Councillor Taylor.
I better have my turn. Concur with Councillor Rosenboom. We're making our own way in the world. And I think everyone needs to realise that only history will say whether the commissioners were right or wrong. I personally think they've righted the ship. They've started turning it around. There's some big things they did. They weren't all perfect, obviously. We've had a bit of the fallout for that. But yeah, I think it's way too early to be judging what their tenure has done for this city. Personally, I think they have made a very positive difference and moved us in the right direction. And I think this team will pick that up and work with it. So certainly don't support digging over the graves any more than they have been.
Councillor Baker.
Hilda, yeah, I'm kind of glad that this is coming out into the open now, this particular conversation. We've danced around it for a little while, I suppose, in a really good way. But this is probably our chance here in the public, in front of all of Tauranga, to draw our line in the sand on how far we're going to push our relationship or the history of Tauranga City Council under the Commission. I agree with a lot of the sentiment, so I wasn't going to say anything, but considering the importance of the conversation, it's probably fair to say something. So quickly trying to have a look at the terms of reference for the Commission and making sure that I wasn't buying into this quote unquote propaganda that might be out there. An independent review of the council by the Observer team identified significant governance problems amongst the council's elected representatives. The council is also facing substantial infrastructure and funding challenges that need to be addressed in the 2021-31 long-term plan. There's a whole bunch of power or authorities given to them, which effectively mean that they have to act like a city council. And while I agree, there's a whole bunch of things that weren't perfect, and there's a whole bunch of things we're paying the price for now. Mind you, this is only my first term, so perhaps Councillor Morris and Councillor Curritt can correct me. Any governance position or role or team inherits decisions, good or bad, by a previous leadership, and you've got to deal with the hand in front of you. I'm all for correcting decisions that were wrong, but investing money into determining whether the tenure of the commissions was flawed is probably not worth our time and effort. So I support the sentiment that's already been shared by those that aren't in favour of the motion. In my experience, they consulted, they engaged, they made decisions that were informed by community. Whether you think that's good or not is entirely subjective. So it's nothing that needs some kind of scientific review over to determine whether what they did or didn't do was credible and just according to the law. So I can't support this recommendation, although I can acknowledge and sympathise with the sentiments.
I'm going to read the room and put this to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment? Crowther and Morris. All those against? It's failed. So we'll go back to the substantive, that the Community and Performance Committee receives the report annual resident survey wave 2 results. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. So we have got the City Delivery Committee Forward Work Plan, and Alistair's presenting that. Any questions? I'm actually just going to introduce a little bit of this. You all right? You found it? Oh.
In the supplement. Page 31.
So this was a request by councillor Schuler and myself to combine the previous work plans for the Accountability and Performance Committee. I can't even remember what it was, it's so long ago. And the community engagement work plans. We have obviously had a pre-meeting about this meeting, and we looked at the terms of reference, and terms of reference have to be signed off by Mayor Mahe, but when we look at them, they're not as clear as we would like them to be. And if I look at the work plan, it's definitely not as clear as I would like it to be, and there's a lot more substance that I would like to be adding to the work plan. So I am going to make a foreshadow an amendment to the resolution that we receive the report and continue to work to improve the work plan. Apparently, I don't have to amend it. That can just be part of the motion if I'm moving it. Thank you for the expertise at my left. So there's a number of, you'll see in Stella, I've made a number of suggestions, and we can work through those. Councillor Schuler.
Suggest you use refine instead of improve as your wording.
No, I'd like to improve it. Any other comments on the work plan? Or question? Oh, sorry, Mayor Mahe.
No, I think that sounds sensible. I'm happy for the co-chairs to lead that piece of work and come up with something that they're happy with over the next coming weeks and months.
We put the work continue on the plan too. As I'm a co-chair, can we change improve to refine, please? Okay, we've got a motion on the table that I've moved and Mayor Mahe has seconded. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Is that the end of my page? I haven't got any late items to be discussed. Are there any late items? That being the case, could I ask Councillor Schuler to do a closing karakia, please?
My honour, your honour. So well done everyone today. Staff for the presenting and for the externals that came and spent their valuable time helping us make our decisions in the best interests of the city. So just quickly, a closing karakia. Kia tau, kia tātou katoa. Te atawhai o tō tātou ariki a ihu karaiti. Me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhina tahitanga, ki te wairua tapu, ake. Amen. Thank you.
I declare the meeting closed. Thank you all for your attendance.